areas of the Strip, and at 10:24 p.m. they attacked with FPV drones. That's interesting, isn't it? FPV drones to attack. Normally, it's like Shaheds and those types of things. More often than not, the FPV seems to be used, in the battlefield or on the front line positions, for example. So it's not common that we see that. So that's worth pointing out. Oh, and something that I've seen that I think is absolutely jolly well fantastic, Prince. And I'm going to post these pictures for everybody to see because it seems apparently last night at the Munich Security Conference, they had themselves a little party. So in Munich, famous politicians and businessmen drank against Putin at a party called Freedom Night. I think that's absolutely fantastic. I'm sorry for laughing, but I think that's a real poke in the eye to Putin. Among those present at the party were the head of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, and the President of the Czech Republic, Petro Pavlo, and the Mayor of Kyiv. So there's some pictures, and Ursula von der Leyen looks very happy indeed. I wonder how many glasses of wine she's had, Prince. So I think that's absolutely fantastic. So I'm going to post those pictures for you all to have a look at now, because I think that will greatly annoy all the Vatniks, and it will certainly greatly annoy Putin. So go ahead and repost those for everybody to see. I think that's a fantastic idea. That will really annoy them. I mean, what a name for a party, the Freedom Party. Absolutely brilliant. But the fact that they've had the pictures taken as well, because if you look at the photos, you can see that they're trying to look all natural, but it looks to me as if they're, I don't know, trying to fake looking natural. Have a look at the pictures and see what you think. Maybe it's just Ursula von der Leyen's expression. I don't know. So not everybody takes good photos, do they? I know that I'm very awkward when it comes to having pictures taken. I don't like my photograph taken. How about you, Prince?
She normally takes really good pictures. Just saying. She does. She normally takes really good pictures. So perhaps they just snapped at the wrong time and decided that yeah. I mean, she's not a Chandler Bing. I'm just saying she's not a Chandler Bing. And so yeah. And if you don't know what a Chandler Bing is, I apologize. Oh yeah. Oh, is this a tweet you put out? Oh, yeah, no, bad pictures. They snapped these at the wrong time. These were candid photos. Oh, yes. Oh, that second one. That's horrid. Good Lord. Ugh. Yeah, no. The lighting is awful. They didn't retouch the photos. This is just a bad choice and bad publicity. I don't know what they were thinking of. They had Freedom Night, but it was not a good night for pictures for Ursula von der Leyen.
Well, it was certainly a good night for wine by the look of it. Anyway, it looks like a very look at Jens Stoltenberg. He looks drunk to me.
Well,
what do you think?
I don't know that he looks drunk.
I mean, they are at a party, so of course.
Yeah, they are at a party, but still. Oh, the second picture, yes, the second picture that's in there twice. Yeah, I mean, it's like he's got a howdy doody smile on. Seriously, a howdy doody smile, and boy, look at all those empty glasses. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? Oh wait, those are I don't know, set for dinner. No, it looks like they're done with dinner. I don't know. Regardless, not a good picture night. Not a good picture night.
Well, I'm thinking that they took them later in the night after they had lunch and several drinks, shall we say. But of course, why should they not celebrate and have a freedom party I mean, it's a little bit early, but it is a poke in the eye to Putin, which I like.
Well, yes, they are having a nice time together, and you can't come play with us, Pooty Poot.
I know, right? He will not like that at all. So, shall we see what else has been going on overnight? I don't want to bring the numbers because that's Mocker's job, but I'm happy to do the Air Force report if you want to go through that.
To go through the numbers? You're going to go through the numbers? Is that what you said?
No, I said I don't want to go through the numbers because that is Mocker's job. But I can tell you something that the Air Force have put out if you would like.
Oh, please. What did the Air Force do now?
Oh, actually, wait a minute. Now I'm not looking. That's kind of odd. So, of course, I'm like you, Prince Heather, even though something looks official like it's the Air Force and it comes from a good source, I always like to double check these things. So I went to the Air Force page, the channel, and of course it's not there. But where did I find the information? Well, the commander of the Air Force, of course. Good morning, Ukraine. The Muscovites have no losses again today. Around 6 a.m., another Su-34 successfully returned to the base. We also have 12 down Shaheds and a Kh-59 missile. Talk about a bit of sarcasm.
But I don't see an airline. I don't see a. I don't see a report. I mean, I don't.
It's the commander of the. So it'll come on the Air Force channel in a moment or in a couple of minutes, I bet. I've noticed this happening more often recently, that the commander of the Air Force is posting them and then the Air Force channel posts them separately.
Why am I not following the commander of the Air Force?
Well, I do not know. We will have to remedy that right now, Prince, shall we not?
I think that is an issue.
I think that definitely is an issue.
I don't follow these guys as closely as you do, but when I know where to look for information, it makes a difference,
Absolutely. Yeah, and I'm happy to share these sources anyway. I don't mind anybody looking at accurate information. As you said, we need to have these sources, don't we? Did you get that now?
Oh,
so we
no,
have a
I
graphic
will.
too.
I will in a second. I apologize. I just found that I made a big, huge boo boo, and it is a problem. But I can fix it, just like that.
Okay.
I fixed it. I fixed it. I fixed it. But it was still a big, huge boo boo that really couldn't last. But yes, I will find that here in a second. Oh yes.
So I've put,
Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. What I need to do is I need to put this guy in the right bucket. That's what I need to do. He is not in the appropriate bucket on my Telegram. That's the problem. That's the problem with him. Because if they're not in the right bucket, sometimes I miss them. So yeah, that's all.
well, you will be pleased to know, Prince, that I've finally gotten around to taking your advice and started sorting all my 380 Telegram channels into folders.
Yes, and then it starts getting disorganized and it starts to be frustrating. But yeah, I need to go and I need to go through and fix some of the ones that aren't necessarily in the correct spots because people get promoted, so they need to move from one bucket to another bucket, or people, yeah. So yeah, that's the kind of thing that happens.
Yeah, sometimes it happens when they change position, doesn't it? So,
Yeah.
of course, we saw that when with the recent change of the head of the Donetsk Regional Military Administration.
Yes. Yeah. Well, and with Ivan Fedorov too. I had to move him. He had to be moved from my city folder to my military folder. So yeah. Or was it the Oblast? I don't remember which folder I put him in a different folder because he belonged in a different folder, and now I can find him easier.
So I don't have them like that. I just have military administrations and state administrations.
Yeah. But do you, yeah. Well, uh-oh. We have an incoming giggler whom I hope is not deep-throating a chicken sandwich.
Incoming giggler alert.
Incoming giggler that I hope is not deep-throating a chicken sandwich tonight. Hello, Paige. How are you?
Not a chicken sandwich. I am giggly. As always. You know what? It's been a little bit since I've been giggly, so thank you for making me giggly. I mostly just came up to say hi to my friends. And I'm in between engagements because I'm being social tonight and not doing Ukraine stuff, even though I'm sneaking off and doing Ukraine stuff in between everything. And I mostly wanted to know which folder I'm in, Prince.
You're in a special folders page.
What is it? Is it cool people? Is it the cool people folder? Look, Prince, I was in marching band. I just need to be in the fucking. Can you just tell me I'm in the cool people folder for once, please?
You are in the band camp folder, but that's
no,
it's not a bad folder. Don't you remember the fun we had that night when we were all talking about band camp and all the instruments we played? We had a blast that night. So that is the cool people folder. Now that we're older, it is the cool people folder.
All right, that's fair. I did play flute and I went to band camp, so everybody can laugh it up. It wasn't as exciting as it sounds. I can promise you that. Okay, well, that's fine. I'm parking really quick. I want to, it's been like a rough few days, a few weeks for me, in relation to the war and everything. So I wanted to just, I've been a little bit down. I wanted to appreciate you guys for, you guys and girls, you all, for your support, and because it's hard to do. It's hard. This is hard. I know you guys know that. It's all hard, but I'm still here. And every once in a while, I get a little bit of rejuvenation. And going to DC this next weekend is going to help with that a lot. And then going to Ukraine in about a month and a half, I hope, but for sure. But soon, it helps. So it's just a good reminder of the people you're working with, the people you're working for, and everything. So because it's really easy to get kind of like sucked into this like narrow, focus of all this stuff, and especially when things are difficult. So thank you to those of you who have been especially supportive. There are several of you in this space, including Marcus and my daddy Will. I just said that because he doesn't like that. But for real, like I really appreciate you guys because it's been tough. And so I'm feeling better about things. I'm ready to like be rejuvenated and everything, because regardless of what has been happening, I said before, I'm going to be here till the bitter fucking end. So I will. And if anybody has a problem with my F words, then I don't fucking care because my friends are dying. So sorry, but I'm going to be here till the bitter end. And but every little bit of like extra encouragement is helpful. And these kind of events that are coming up. So I'm gonna, if it's okay, I'm gonna really quick plug the events on the 24th around the world. May I?
The events are no. I was going to ask you about the 24th. If you were going to go for the 24th.
I am.
Oh, that's fabulous. I think Christopher might be going. I think we have a few people from the MriyaReport who are going.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm so excited. Forrest is going to be there, and James, I think, is going to be there. Yeah, James. Yeah. And so I'm really excited. So I just today oh, my phone's going crazy. Just today I tweeted, posted, whatever. The Klitschko, like the mayor of Kyiv, who was a weird thing. Like he was a boxer, so it's so funny because like he and Zelensky were like these celebrities that had nothing to do with politics when I lived there, but they're doing a fantastic job. And so this foundation or organization Klitsch is they have a website that I shared today that anyone who's having rallies around the world, and this is really important, if you guys are, or you know someone who is organizing one, no matter how big or small, register it on the website that I shared today, because the reason why is because when you register it there, then other people that are in your area, if they're trying to look up like, hey, something going on, they can type in their whatever zip code or something like that, and they can find rallies and events going on in their own area. And so yeah, I posted that today. Even if you can't go or there's not any in your area, if you can share it, that'd be fantastic. They asked me, some of the members that like have reached out to me and asked me to like push it with fellas and everything to make sure that we're sharing that, because there's it's like as of a day and a half ago, it was like 16 countries, but they're expecting way more. 16 countries around the world. And that was like, and they're expecting more. And then there were 75 events registered at that point, but they're expecting like 150. I mean, it's incredible. Like this is going to be one, I think, I mean, even more than the first year, because here in Kansas City, we did an event for the first year. And I think that one was a little bit, I don't know, it was like a little bit difficult. This year, I feel like, especially with the bills and everything going through, like we're voting on it. Oh, Jesus, I'm sorry. That like, it's especially important. It's especially significant and everything. So please share that. Go to these events. If you can't go to the events, I also posted something a couple of days ago, whether you can or can't, reach out to your local media. I'm not gonna do it right now because it's late, but there's a post like 2 days ago or yesterday or the day before about that, on like tips to do that. Because if you are going to any of these events, please reach out to your local media. If you're not going, it's important too. But if you are, reach out to them, newspapers, TV stations, radio, like stations, like websites, anything, because you might not think it's that big of a deal. You might not think you're that important. But here's the thing. Sometimes you are, and sometimes they do want to interview you. Or sometimes those stations or organizations have a contact with the Ukrainian community in your area, and they might not reach back out to you to do an interview, but they will reach out to those people to do an interview about their local event or the DC event, and that is just as important. So please don't forget to do that. It's super easy. It's a quick message. I have like really basic instructions set up and everything. So please do that. It's going to be a good turnout in DC. But it truly is, y'all. Like we said before, CC and Whale and all, like, you know, every step of this is important. Showing up in their offices, having meetings, calling, posting online, like everything. Every step of this is important. So I just want to make sure to remind you all of that and help those of us who are able, you know, this time to go to DC to have the maximum impact. And reaching out to your local media is one of those ways. I hope that helps. I love you guys. I'm so excited. I mean, like I needed something to make me feel. I'll say it. I'm being selfish, but right now I need that. So I'm ready for it.
I don't think that's being selfish, Paige, at all. I think, you know, we all need to look after ourselves, and we all need to look after our mental health. And I think, you know, you sound really excited about this, and I'm really, really pleased for you and everybody else that are going to be able to get together and just, you know, meet up and talk about these things, you know, show flags everywhere, all these things that you're all going to be able to do. I'm hoping that there's going to be well, a whole heck of a lot of people there. Do you think it will be really big, Paige? And did you go to something like this last year?
So last year, the local organization here in Kansas City that I'm on the board of, there's a nonprofit here. I do a lot of stuff I do on my own, but I'm also on the board of a nonprofit here in Kansas City. We organized an event for the 1 year. There's a word I've been using for it. I don't want to say anniversary. 1 year recognition of the 1 year, like a year of the full scale invasion, and it was more low key. It was at the World War I, National World War I Museum in Kansas City. It was beautiful. It was lower key and everything, but it really, for our local community, was fantastic. This year, especially because of the voting and everything, I feel like it's I mean, it's important for all the same reasons it was last year, but especially because of the voting, especially because it's been 2 years, especially because a lot of our countries have been, and it's not just the US, a lot of our countries have been slacking and have been delaying shit to them. So this is like so important for us to show up. I think based on what I've heard, it's going to be maybe not like the biggest thing I've ever been to, which is good because as some of you guys probably saw here in Kansas City, shortly after our rally for the Super Bowl, the Chiefs won the Super Bowl. My home team won the Super Bowl, which is the biggest sporting event in the entire world. You can fight me over that later. But there was a shooting after, and a lot of people were injured, and a woman died, and kids were in the hospital, and it was really, really horrible. And I think someone had asked me a couple days before the event, like if I was planning to go, and I half jokingly, but I mean not jokingly, but I kind of mentioned like, it's hard for me to go to things like that because I get a little bit stressed out, especially with my kids, about things like that happening. And then what do you know? It fucking did. So I'll be honest with you, I get a little bit nervous going to any large event in the US at all. I probably would in any country, but especially in the US, because it's not just terrorism like most other countries. Anyway, I don't need to get into that. But so I'll be honest with you. I'm really excited. It's going to be a really big group of people and a lot of really influential people. A lot of fellas are going to be there. People from the Ukraine embassy. I am a little nervous because of the things that I mentioned already, and because people are fucking horrible. But I'm willing to risk it because it's still not as scary as being on the front line of war. Actually, I take that back. It's just about as scary as being on the front line of war, being here in the US at a large event. So I'm just gonna prepare myself mentally. So I know that's kind of dark. Sorry, guys. But it is going to be a large event. I'm looking forward to it. Not that there's any threat or anything like that. That's just me as an American expressing my feelings after this event happened here in Kansas City just like 3 days ago. And I'm sure, as some of you know, a lot of you know, I've been exposed to a lot of horrible stuff recently in the last couple of years, and so of course that's like especially weighing on me. So I should not have mentioned that. I'm so excited. There's so much going on. There's a fellow meetup. There's all sorts of people, Angry Ants and Cece, and all sorts of people are going to be there. And it's a great networking opportunity. I'm so excited. All right, I'll start talking to you.
No, I'm really enjoying listening to what you're saying. And I think, it's really brave what you do going there when you say that you have some anxiety over it, and it's understandable why you would have that anxiety. Like you say, that incident was only 3 days ago, and then if you've had other incidents that have happened over the last couple of years as well, these things, they can be trigger stacking, it's called, isn't it? That's what they call it in terms of anxiety, when you're trigger stacking, and you of course would have so many triggers within a day, and that can happen. And so I think it's really brave that you do this. And I know you're going to say that you're not brave and you don't think you are brave, but to do something, you are, to do something for anybody to do something, especially when they have anxiety, albeit just a mild anxiety over something. It's very, very brave and courageous to take those steps and to put yourself outside your comfort zone and do those things. So, well, I think so. Anyway, Prince, what do you think? I bet you agree with me. I think she's very brave.
Oh, I know Paige is very brave. I mean, Paige is badass. I mean, how else could you put it? It's just the way it is.
Stop. Okay, I'm gonna go inside and hang out with my friends and not think about Ukraine again, because it's been nice for like 1 hour. I mean, that's a lie. I still get notifications, but I'm trying to disconnect a little bit. So I'm just stopping in. I wanted to say I love you guys. I appreciate everything. I will share more about the upcoming events on the 24th. Please check out the post that I just posted today about, like, there's a website. No matter where you are in the world, you can find out what's going on in your area. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you.
No problem. Don't forget to tip your stripper. Somebody had to say it.
I am the stripper. I'm kidding. Well, maybe. I don't know. Hey, you know what? Anything for Ukraine. I love you.
Hey, I DM'd you. I DM'd you a cell phone for the day. It's a personal cell, so I'll be there.
Thanks. I'll see you there. I'm so excited.
Very cool. It's always fun when people who meet on the internet get together and meet in real life.
You know, I used to get in trouble for that when I was a teenager, but now it's cool. Okay, I'm gonna go now. Love you guys.
Goodbye. Have a good time. And beware of the chicken sandwiches. Tracy, I really think that we'll probably be hearing from her around sunrise her time, as she's stumbling towards the house with the chicken sandwich. Just gonna say it. I'm going to send Mockers a message and tell her to be forewarned for the chicken sandwich later tonight. Tracy, did we lose you?
No, I'm here.
Okay. Because you weren't responding, and there you go. That now I can tell you're there.
I was talking a moment ago to Paige, so I was responding.
Yes, I know. All right. So, we have the Air Force report. I've got the numbers. There are a bunch of bad pictures from the Berlin Security Conference, or Berlin, whatever it is. Sorry, my bad. Anyway, there is a nice message from Atesh. Do you want to hear what Atesh has to say?
Yes, have they posted already today?
Well, I'm just seeing something here. It's Russian pilots hit their own people in Avdiivka. It is reported.
Oh my goodness.
The Russians in Avdiivka continue to suffer losses, but now from their own. Now, should this surprise anyone? I don't think so. An Atesh agent from the military personnel of the Russian Federation forces told us about the case of friendly fire in the Avdiivka area. During the next flight, enemy aircraft mistakenly struck positions where the artillery units of the 239th Tank Regiment of the Russian Federation were located. Thanks to the pilots of the Russian Federation forces, keep up the good work. I kind of like it. Salty. Yes, I think they're a little salty in that I love Atesh. I haven't looked to see if they've posted anything else yet today. But I did see that. Oh, they have. Okay, go ahead, tell us about it.
Oh, they have indeed. Yes, they have carried out sabotage in the Volgograd region. An agent of the movement carried out sabotage by setting fire to the relay cabinet at the Maxim Gorky station in Volgograd. For some time, this stopped the transfer of military equipment. Of course, they give the coordinates, as always, and this facility is very important for the Putin regime and from a logistical point of view. This station is an important junction through which military trains go to Crimea and Rostov, and now the occupiers will have problems with this. This is the revenge for Avdiivka. How do you like that? They actually specify that.
That is absolutely fabulous. That is absolutely fabulous. Yeah.
We have videos.
We have video. Oh, I do see that. Oh, those are pretty. What do you know? A very, very pretty relay station, relay cabinet fire. We've gotten used to those. Not that they're not an extraordinarily fabulous, wonderful thing, because they are. I don't know, because I do things like sleep. But there was a post yesterday. You know about the seagulls, right? Tracy, do you know about the seagulls?
Which seagulls?
The seagulls in Crimea.
No.
Oh, the partisans. The
Oh,
partisans.
yes. I thought you actually meant seagull birds then. I was thinking, why is she telling me about seagulls?
the combat seagulls. The combat
Oh.
seagulls. Yeah. Yeah.
So, tell us, Prince, what have the combat seagulls been up to?
Well, I thought this was a very interesting story. I guess I gave it to Mockers yesterday. I don't know if she ever used it. But and I figure it's safe to tell since they put it out on, the Twitter. Because I still won't call it X. Countdown Gone, A Story of Resistance, #1, 2014.
Prince?
Middle of that. I'm here. Am I back, Tracy?
Yeah, you kind of went muffled for a moment.
It's because my headphones died. Is that better?
Aye, loud and clear.
All righty. As loud as I'm okay. 2014, The Point of No Return. In January, no one could have imagined how rapidly and tragically events would unfold. At that time, there was no KBC, which is the seagulls, the combat seagulls. Only a group of friends from Crimea who gathered to support Ukraine's pro-European choice. Since November 2013, we, along with our friends from Kyiv, Kharkiv, Dnipro, Ravine, Lviv, and other cities, have been protesting on the peninsula. Our first case was February 26, 2014. We gathered together with other Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars for a rally in support of Ukraine's territorial integrity. Inside, everyone felt aware of the inevitable struggle with the enemy. It was clear that the peninsula would need resistance. On that day, looking into each other's eyes and at the still free Crimean sky, the seagulls emerged. Later, we looked at the arriving Russian soldiers, realizing who we were and who they were, realizing that we would not surrender. And we have not given up for 10 years. We are united by the February Crimean Day forever, in resistance to the end. There you go. The Crimean combat seagulls. were born.
Wow, that's really quite profound.
Isn't that cool? I really thought it was cool. And
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, I really liked that little thread. It was a short thread, but it tells you a little bit about the combat seagulls. And you know, they've been around for a long time. They've got some experience. They're sneaky, and they're very active, from what I understand. But you often don't know what they're doing, but they're always there. So yeah, beware of the combat seagulls. Beware of the
So,
combat seagulls.
so we have the combat seagulls and we have Atesh.
And
Is it just
you know what?
those
And
two?
you know what? I am sure that there are many, many more. I am sure that there are many, many more. But who are they? Don't know. Do I need to know? Not really. I mean, they all could be part of the same. They really could all be part of the same organization in some way. Well, not same organization, but they can be parts of these different. Um, they can be part of these organizations in different areas. I think Atesh has people all over the freaking place. The combat seagulls sound like they're pretty, in my opinion, I think they're pretty I don't know if that's the right word. Um they're pretty much all in the on Crimea. That's what I think. I think that the combat seagulls are pretty much all on Crimea. But Atesh, I think, is everywhere. I think Atesh is, well, obviously, from that report that we read a little while ago, you know, there are members of Atesh who are part of the Russian military, and they've set
In
it up that way.
Siberia.
They very well may be.
Yeah, they
Very
are.
well.
I've seen some of the posts about them saying that they're in Siberia.
Well, isn't that special? Well, it is actually really special. I think it's fabulous. Um, and I'm really glad that they are, because if they weren't, well, you know, the reach wouldn't be as far. And you know, and I think that with the Tesh having, you know, infiltrated, I don't know that it's really infiltrated. I think what you could actually say more is that it is they're distributed, and it's not like they all got together in one place and then distributed out, right? They all they get in contact with the Tesh from these different areas. You know, I've seen pictures of flyers on like light posts and stuff like that in Moscow for a Tesh. So they recruit people, and so that's how they get more people, and that's how they get such a wide variety in the country, and that's how they have people within the Russian military too.
Yes, absolutely, and I think it's fantastic. All that difference that that distance, should I say, that they cover, all the way from Crimea to Siberia. So it's definitely excellent news, and I think more people will continue to join them. I would hope so, anyway. And you know, I'm thinking of when they said that the Russians did that regarding the energy facilities. It could quite easily be the other way around, couldn't it, too? Because, of course, a Ukrainian could blend in and get away with speaking Russian, whereas a Russian cannot do the same the other way around and blend in to be Ukrainian. So these things, this language that they forced upon them and forced many of them to learn, is now starting to backfire on them, which I think is an absolutely wonderful thing, because, you know, they've repressed them for years and tried to stamp out the culture and wipe out Ukrainian language. So now the fact that that's turned around on them, I think that's just absolutely brilliant. And something else that I am looking at, which I think is fantastic, Prince, is apparently Denmark has decided to transfer all its artillery to Ukraine. Did you hear that?
Denmark has. I don't know that I've heard that.
Well, I'm just seeing it now. Yeah, this morning. But what I'm wondering is how much do they actually have to transfer? We need will for this.
Yes, and the question is, do they have ammunition? Please, do they have ammunition? Ah, Jenny's coming. Jenny may know.
Jenny may know, indeed. So whilst Jenny comes up and tells us, I will just quickly tell you that the statement was made by the Prime Minister, and Ukraine is asking us for ammunition and artillery now. We, Denmark, have decided to transfer all our artillery to Ukraine. Therefore, excuse me, friends, there is the military equipment in Europe. This is not only a matter of production. We have weapons, ammunition, air defense systems that we are not using, and they need to be transferred to Ukraine. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Absolutely
Jenny.
could not have.
I just want to say, okay, so for those who don't understand the Nordics, Sweden and Denmark, we fought more wars than England and France, apparently, almost twice as many. Then Sweden has been quite the imperialist too. We took Norway, we took Finland, we took the Baltics and everything. And we are like brothers. And we fight like cats and dogs between us. When we make fun of each other, we tease each other mercilessly. But if anybody else does something to them from the outside, we will kill you, just like a family should. I am so proud of Denmark when I woke up and heard this now. I woke up like 10 minutes ago. I'm not even joking. I am so proud of Denmark. I hope that Sweden follows suit. We keep enough archers, which is our artillery pieces, and send the rest to Ukraine. Because we just need one per base that actually where we train the conscripts on the artillery system. The rest can go to Ukraine. They can have them. We can make more. We build them here, so we can make more. Just so incredibly proud of Denmark.
That's awesome, and it sounds like your dog agrees.
There are dogs in heat around where we live. He's
Oh.
a non-castrated male, and he's like, "Do you understand how good it smells outside?" And then he runs around the house. Right now, he's like pacing to the front door and to me, back and forth while I'm getting dressed. And I apparently cannot get dressed fast enough for him to go outside.
Yeah, he definitely would like to go and smell the ladies. I understand. I've owned dogs that were of both of yeah. Anyway, so yeah. So what else have we seen this morning, Tracy? Let's look for some more stuff. Or I actually could look through some of this stuff too. Let me see here. Give me just a second and I will be right there. So that's oh, I put something in here today. Ah, yes. A good old Chriso wiki thread. I actually saved this for mockers. She may have already given. No, I doubt she did, because I don't think she was awake still when this. Well, she was probably awake, but not at home and not paying attention to the Twitter. So recently sacked Admiral Sokolov was reportedly dismissed for ordering the large ship Caesar Kunikov to go to sea without a working propulsion system, because that's what you do. when you're the admiral in charge of the Russian fleet. The Ukrainian sea drones attacked on the 14th of February is said to have ambushed the ship while it was under tow. Oh, this is kind of epic. How to lose your job in one order. You know, how to be invited to tea with Vladimir Putin in one order. How to fall out a window without notice. They're just coming to me at this point after reading that. Sokolov's sacking took place without an official explanation, and there was no explanation of what the Caesar Konakov was doing off Elpuka in Crimea at the time it was sunk. According to a Telegram channel that has published an unconfirmed explanation on both occurrences. According to a source quoted by the Telegram channel, the Caesar Kunikov had suffered a serious technical malfunction and had left Novorossiysk on the night of February 12th to go to Sevastopol for repairs. It was unable to provide independent propulsion, so it was accompanied by tugs. I wonder if any of the tugs went down with it. It's a very interesting question. Sokolov, who was until this week the commander of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, is said to have been well aware of the threat from enemy sea drones. Particularly to a vessel with reduced capabilities, but still issued the order. It resulted in the loss of the ship. This is making me laugh, and Marcus is asleep. According to sources, there were no fatalities during the attack on 14th of February. The crew was rescued, yeah, right, or evacuated before the ship went down. But a number of them were seriously injured and are still fighting for their lives. This is just, yeah, whatever. The large landing ship Novocherkassk was also under repair when it was destroyed in Fedorizia, which is much closer to Novorossiysk. The Caesar Kukanov's voyage to Sevastopol suggests that the ship repair facilities at Fedosia may be inoperable after the attack. Let's all have a moment of silence. Or not. Because, really, I mean, oh boy, that was, I'm glad I picked that up. I'm glad I just said, oh, let's read this. Because that was, that was worth it. That was well worth it. And I still need to send that to Mockers if I have it, because, Mockers needs to have, here we go, copy the URL and send to Mockers, because this is one that she will enjoy reading and you all will enjoy hearing it again. Jenny, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it sounds like they're doing the same thing they did when the Moskva had been sunk. They told that everybody except for the chef, who was the one that started the fire by smoking, was alive. And then the parents of the crew members start asking, they're like, where are our sons if they're alive? So it's hilarious that they never change.
No, they don't change. And, oh, it wasn't us. We didn't do that. Not us. And, no, nobody died. Remember with the Moskva, They even got a picture of a bunch of sailors and said that they were all the survivors of the Moskva. And I don't know who bought that picture, but I didn't buy it for 1 second. And we'll start seeing obituaries and things like that. And because there's no way that they rescued very many, if any, of those guys. Uh, they will be lost at sea more than likely. Maybe they recover some bodies. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But these kinds of things just remind me of some of the more absurd things that Russia does. It's just the lies and the not keeping track of things and I don't know. I still can't get over the story. It's a story that sticks with me in my mind, and I don't know why. And maybe it's because I think it is absolutely hilarious. And I could just imagine what it would have been like. This woman's husband died. They sent home his body. They have the funeral. They bury him. And a few days later, her husband shows up at the house. They sent the wrong body, or they couldn't find him, or something. And the guy shows up. She, it's like, it's like you can't make this stuff up. I mean, there are times in my life where I feel like I'm living in a novel, or I feel like I'm living it. This feels like I'm living in a bad episode of TV. It's of some dark, black, tragic comedy that is just makes me laugh hysterically all the time.
So is it,
I have a dark sense of humor.
so is this like a combination between the Crypt and the Twilight Zone?
It very well could be. It very, very well could be.
That makes
It very
sense.
well could be. Yeah, it
It
very
does.
well could be. Yeah, the wife was probably mad because she had already gotten her potatoes, and she was afraid they were going to take the potatoes back. So yeah, do I want a sack of potatoes or my husband? I'll take the potatoes, please. It's not out of the not that not that not that not that hard of a choice, I guess. Go ahead, Jenny.
I'm gonna stand still for a second because I'm walking on ice and it's just gonna be crunching under my feet. Uh, so this is weird that they actually. That story is so funny on so many levels. I remember in the first 4 to 6 months of the war, where they weren't even bothering with the bodies. They just left them in Ukraine. And when Ukraine picked up the bodies and sent them in train cars to Russia, in refrigerated train cars, mind you, they were like, oh, you know what? We're all good. And they refused to take the bodies. I remember because there was so many American servicemen in the room on Clubhouse when we read this story, and they were so outraged. They're like, "You do not leave the bodies behind. You bring them home. And if your enemy is nice enough to gather them up and send them to your border, and you say no, thank you, they're like, oh no." And then the reason why it came out, they didn't want to pay out the pensions to the widows. So they don't take the bodies with them. That way, you save the government a ruble. It is so disgusting, that practice. So I'm impressed that she actually got a body.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why I don't know why she managed to get a body. It could have been somebody local who died that they just couldn't locate her husband and they said here. I don't know. Um, the and that's still a thing. They still don't want to take their dead back. They don't want to take their wounded back either. And that's something that sorry, I had to grab a drink. That's something that you hear from Ukraine in many different areas. You hear about it. I've watched some short documentaries and things like that with the soldiers whose job it is, or the people whose job it is, to go around and collect the bodies of the Russian soldiers. And they end up with, you know, a lot of them, and they take them back and they put them where they're supposed to, and from there they don't want to take, you know, Russia still doesn't want to take their soldiers back. And um then there are the cases of the wounded that are in Ukrainian custody, who, you know, who Ukraine is like, here, take your soldiers back. And Russia's like, nah, no thanks, we're good. Yeah, don't need them. Also hear stories of occupied areas. In the occupied areas, very specifically, they would dig huge graves, dig mass graves, and they would bring a bunch of the dead soldiers to these locations. And so they could fit more in there, they would burn them first and then just pile more bodies on and burn them. Yeah, anyway, you get the idea. So they are burying bodies in the occupied territories, sometimes burning them, sometimes just burying them, on and on and on. And it was just horrid. And yeah, so you hear all of these kinds of stories, and it's just their lack of respect, or their lack of giving a crap for their soldiers. And that's what is just the worst. That is horrid. I don't know how you can do that and not have people rising up all over the place. And then you're right, not wanting to pay the pensions is one of the motivations that they have. Not wanting to take care of the soldiers when they're returned wounded, you know, only taking officers back into Russia for medical care, and making everybody else stay in the occupied territories to get really crappy medical care, because there's really crappy medical care in the occupied territories, and not enough supplies because they don't supply. So a lot of the people who are injured, a lot of the Russian soldiers who are injured and trying to be treated in the occupied areas are dying. Go ahead, Jenny.
So, you know how Russia wants to be number one, and they always are in their own reports. I think that this is one where they want to brag that they have moved their biggest graveyard from Finland to Ukraine. Because after World War II, Finland has been known as Russia's biggest graveyard. They left all their equipment, they left their dead, they left everything behind. And there's still Russian tanks in Finland that are now rusted and crappy. But this must be like, we want to move. We didn't like Finland, and Finland doesn't like us because they're now NATO. So I guess this is why they just want to have a new number one spot. Oh, it is freezing cold out here.
What do you expect? You live way up there in Sweden, right? That's freaking cold up there.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't live that far north anymore. So I used to live by the polar circle. Now I have moved further south. I'm actually in the southern half of my nation. I'm still as far north as somewhere just slightly north of Juneau, Alaska now. But do you know how beautiful? It's like totally different topic, but the aurora borealis is when you live up north by the polar circle. It's amazing.
Don't make me that jealous. Don't make me that jealous. I mean, that is that I have only seen the lights, the air, what we call the northern lights here. I've only seen them a couple of times in my life when I was a teenager. And I saw them when I was in Edmonton, Alberta, during the summer. So yeah, I've only seen them a couple of times in my life, and they are absolutely amazing. I can't imagine what they would look like there. I just can't imagine. It would just be overwhelmingly beautiful.
So I have said that I I don't know if I mentioned it, so you heard it, but I used to live so far, like in the far north. It's not the most northern place in Sweden, but it is quite far north. And in that place, I had a house that was in the country. I want to say the country. The village I lived in had like I think it was 1,000 inhabitants on my side of the river. Then there were a few more on the other side. And out there in the dead of winter, because I saw the aurora borealis like 4 or 5 times a year, and that was the ones I managed to catch. And when you're that far north and you're that rural, not only do you hear or see the aurora borealis, you actually hear them. They crackle like electrical current, which is really amazing. Anyways, which is a lot prettier than Russia, by the way. Just saying.
Oh yeah.
I have to give a jab every time I can. But right now, I don't think that it's that cold. Actually, it's just cold when I'm holding the phone because I can't have it in my pocket when I'm walking the dog and talking.
Yeah, that's understandable. That's understandable. But yeah, it's but you've got to be a whole lot colder than we are here. But I have no clue what those Celsius numbers mean. So yeah.
I only think it's like maybe at most the high 20s. So it's really not that cold. It's just that I'm not wearing any gloves at all. I'm wearing a t-shirt underneath my jacket.
So
It's
you're
not
not
that.
dressed for, you know, yeah, that's
Yeah.
I get it. 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 But you know, I live in Portland, Oregon, so you know, we're having torrential rains and it's I think I saw it was 35 or so degrees. So yeah, it's we're having a little cold snap. It's 35 degrees, which is I don't know what in
It's about
Celsius.
2-3. It's 2-3 on the plus side. I have
Oh
to say
yes.
that I do prefer the snow to rain. But this makes sense why you're still up. It's not that late. Because I was thinking, I'm like, oh my gosh, you're up so late. I am 9 hours ahead of you.
Yeah, it's only 11:07 p.m. here. It's not even tomorrow yet here. It's, you know, we're in different days at this point. You're living in the future. I'll catch up in about an hour. So anyway, um, but it's nice to get to know you because I've heard fabulous things about you. So anyway, but we should try to find something to talk about where it comes to Ukraine. And I I really need to look through my notes because I yeah, you know, I saw this a while ago. Um, hang on. And this was really fascinating to me. Um, and when I say a while ago, I mean like I saved this little video at the end of January, so it's almost a month ago. But it was a video of um homemade IUDs. Tracy, I don't know if you remember seeing this or not, but it's the production of homemade IUDs. So it's like they're taking shells of I don't know what kind because I'm not that good, and heating up mortar mines, maybe like 60 millimeter or maybe 82 millimeters. And then with the molten TNT, they're pouring it into energy drink cans so that they can turn them into explosives. How smart are Ukrainians, Tracy?
Super smart.
I mean, seriously. I mean, they're sitting there holding this thing with a pliers so that they can tilt this and dump the molten hot TNT into cans and make more explode. Ugh, that gonna blow up some Russians. I bet you they already did.
Yeah, why not? Indeed. Didn't they do the same with cluster? Was it cluster munitions that they took them apart and used them as individual, like instead of 155s or something? I heard something similar to that.
Yeah, they were taking, I mean, because I'm sitting there watching this guy bang on this, 155 cluster munition and saying, dude, that thing's gonna go off. But it didn't, of course. It probably wasn't in a position where it could be set off. But still, yeah, no, they were taking those out and making different kinds of uh of drop bombs, as I call them, as opposed to, Will would call them drop bears because he has to name everything over something, Australian, even though he already has used the name drop bear for he's already used the name drop bear for um the cardboard drones from Australia. He would reuse it again. So, did you find anything else to talk about, Tracy?
Oh, well, maybe not some nice things to talk about, yes, unfortunately. But so I was just looking around the military administrations to see what the morning reports were. So I was looking at Sloviansk and Kramatorsk and trying to work out what was exactly the situation, because so basically there was attack last night. It looks like Kramatorsk was attacked around maybe 8 p.m. and then so Sloviansk and Kramatorsk came under attack. Russians fired 3 rockets at Kramatorsk, targeting industrial zones and private sectors. They said last night that there was possibly a family under the rubble, and 21 houses were destroyed and another 23 were damaged. And that was reported by the local administration last night. So then I was just trying to work out all the different details, because both of these areas are in Donetsk, of course, Sloviansk and Kramatorsk. So I was trying to work out by looking at the local military administration. But of course, the posts come separately, don't they? So what I was trying to work out is exactly how many people are affected. So what Flashkina said this morning is that on February the 17th, the Russians killed 2 residents of Donetsk in Kramatorsk. 2 more people in the region were injured. The total number of Russian victims in the region is given without taking into account, obviously, other areas. And as this, I mean, if you look at the pictures, Prince, it's completely destroyed, and so they're still searching for people under the rubble, basically. So there's not some very nice pictures coming out and some videos as well. It's just, this building is just completely, absolutely just rubbleized. So unfortunately, not some nice news to report there. But if you look at the pictures, I have to say, and the destruction, it's really shocking that there aren't more lives lost, considering the extent of the damage.
This is from the Ministry of Internal Affairs Telegram page. Just a guess, because I know how you research.
That's my next place. That was from Vadim Flashkin, the head of the Donetsk Regional Military Administration. And the first report that I read about how many rockets were fired in Kramatorsk, that was from Kramatorsk City Council. Then comes the Minister of Internal Affairs, because he gives the morning report usually if there's been an attack overnight, of the different breakdowns of the regions. So you are right. Daughter, rescues eliminate the consequences of the shelling in Kramatorsk and Sloviansk, where the enemy hit last night. Kramatorsk, a private residential building, was destroyed. As a result of the shelling, rescuers removed the bodies of 2 people, a woman in 1977 and a man born in 2000, from under the rubble. The work is still ongoing. Rescuers also extinguished 2 fires that started as a result of the shelling. In Sloviansk, partial destruction of a 3-story school building. Yes, I said a school building was recorded. A fire broke out. According to preliminary information, a person may still be under the rubble. Rescuers are carrying out emergency rescue and search operations. The fire has been extinguished. So that was from the Minister of Internal Affairs. So I guess we wait and see for more information, as is usually the way in the morning.
Yes, it usually is. Waiting for these things to come out in the morning is usually the way that we get this information and get the accurate information. You did see that. Did we already say that another plane had been taken down?
Yes, at 6:30 a.m.
Yes, you're right.
apparently.
My apologies. You did say that. That's how I ended up. Yeah. Yes, around 6 a.m. Another Su-34. You know, that's 4 planes in 24 hours. They've moved something again or something. I'm telling you, something's happening. Something's up. They lost, they lost that group of them at one point, and then then they stopped losing planes for a little while, and now they've lost 4 in 24 hours, and that is just a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Well, you know what Volodymyr was telling us from the 18th Brigade. No, he was from the Special Omega Unit of the 18th Brigade of the National Guard and the Omega Unit yesterday. He was telling us about how skilled snipers are at using combat grenades. Now, I'm not for 1 minute suggesting that they used a combat grenade to take down a plane, but I'm just using it as an example to say, something that he said, that the way that they are so skilled with combat grenades. I thought that was really interesting, and it makes me think of, just like you're saying there, Prince, the solutions and ingenious things that they come up with, moving things about, or in sometimes just creating new things completely.
Yes, absolutely, and that's not surprising. Karen, good evening.
Hello, and I'm an hour behind you in Alaska. I was wondering if anybody here has taken a look at the account of United 24 Media. There was a post from them today that showed a video that supposedly a Ukrainian soldier found on a camera stolen by Russians. And the video doesn't show torture or anything, but it's still not something that you could post, because it shows families blindfolded and tied up by ropes, and the children are blindfolded too, and they're being led away somewhere. And I was wondering if anybody knew more about the story, about the date that it may have taken place on, and where these civilians were taken to. I'd like to know more about the people in this video. Have you seen the one I'm talking about?
I have seen that video. I don't have any additional information other than what you see in that video, really. It's Tracy, I don't know if you've seen any additional information in other places, but to me, all I've seen is blindfolded people holding onto a rope and walking. Some of them are children. It is very disturbing. In my opinion, it is disturbing, and it's something that I'm sure is a crime. And yeah, I'd need to run things like that by experts who would know, unless we can find a source that gave us more information. Tracy, do you know anything more about that?
No, I don't, and I'm the same as you, Prince. Like, with such limited information, it's difficult to know you know, like you say, when are these when are they filmed for a start? Like, who are these people? You know, it's we have to just wait, like you say, I think, and leave that to the experts.
Maybe Bellingcat will come out with some information.
Maybe they will. Let's wait and see, because I'm not. I don't have enough qualifications or any experience in any to know to look at that. I'm always wary with videos anyway, even when it's just like, combat footage or anything. I really don't pay attention to any videos unless they're on official Ukrainian government accounts, pretty much. I might look at videos and I might see them and maybe have an opinion, but I definitely don't share them or anything like that unless I know they've come from official accounts, because it's so difficult now. And with, machine learning or whatever you want to call it, AI and deep fakes and that type of thing, it's becoming increasingly more difficult. And of course, a lot of times these things are designed to have an emotional reaction. I mean, look at videos that have been released previously of war crimes and things that have happened. They've been released at very strategic times when Russia's been losing on the battlefield, for example, or, when there's something that they want to cover up and hide. So, like anything, these are designed to give an emotional reaction. So I guess we just wait and see, Karen.
Yep, that's what we'll have to do. I hope it's soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I'm sorry I can't answer your questions any more than that. Thank you very much, Karen. So, what else shall we talk about this morning, Prince? Would you like to have a look at the State Special Transport Service figures for today? And we can see if they have given us some demining figures for today. Ooh, we do have some demining.
Yes, I think we do.
Let's have a look. 281.98 hectares of land cleared and examined. And wow, 360 explosive items. That's a lot. That's really high for the daily figures. Usually the high numbers are even like, I say 270, maybe 280, something around there. So that's really high. That's fantastic. I hope that's because of those mine detecting devices that we raised funds for, Prince, because they are actually in the field working now.
Yes, they are. Well, and they also made me think, we didn't look at Kharkiv region today, did we? Sorry.
That's okay. I can have a look at that right now. I was looking.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was looking earlier actually at Oleg Senegabov. He's the head of the military administration. He's reported this morning. So I was looking at trying to work out the detail, because the enemy intensively used aircraft, anti-missiles and S-300s artillery at civilian infrastructure. More than 50 strikes on the border areas. Wow. So they're really hitting Kharkiv. Let's have a look. What I'm looking for. No victims, no victims, no victims. Sorry, I'm just going down the different areas. Wow. Oh my goodness, this is so long, Prince. It's even bigger than usual. Right, okay, let me try break this down. So, shelling with 6 anti-aircraft guns in the Kupian district. Artillery worked for a long time. The Lyceum building and more than 20 private residential buildings were destroyed. The occupiers from helicopters struck the village of Storomayersky, which is located almost on the borderline. 2 private houses and commercial buildings were damaged. There were no victims here. At 1:20, the occupiers hit Kupiansk with anti-aircraft guns. As a result of hitting 3 two-story houses, 5 civilians were injured. 1 55-year-old woman died. More than 10 private houses and garages, cooperative buildings, buildings of civil enterprises were also damaged. Then again, 250 S-300 rockets were fired at Turkani, and at 1541 yesterday, a village was shelled and a house was completely destroyed there. No victims. In Izium district, shelling there, houses were completely destroyed, no victims. And in Kupiansk, a utility company was hit, plastic pipes and 6 units of tractor equipment were on fire. The explosion damaged 10 buildings, a Lyceum building and 7 private houses in Prikolitin, I think, maybe. And due to 2 shellings of a village, 2 women aged 26 and 29 died. Were injured. Sorry. I'm looking at 7 different things at the same time. I apologise. Also, shelling took place in several other villages and the Bugodikiv non-residential commercial buildings, administrative buildings, and 3 cars were damaged. And no casualties there. Wow, that's a long report, that, isn't it? I mean, it's normally a big report from. Sorry.
No, it is. He usually does a very good and very thorough report, but that's an extra long one today, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's twice as long as normal.
Yeah, Kharkiv really seems to get hit. I do have Ivan Fedorov's from today, which is, it is what it is. You want to hear that one? I'll tell you. Ready?
Yeah, that's Zaporizhia, isn't it?
Yeah. Russians intensified their shelling of Zaporizhia region. Over the past day, our land was searched. I would say probably shelled 408 times. That might be a translation error, I think. As a result of today's enemy attack on Zaporizhia, one of the city's infrastructure facilities was damaged, which led to interruptions in the operation of electricity and heat networks. About 4,000 subscribers were left without heat. As of 6 p.m., specialists of the city heat networks concern resumed the operation of the boiler house. All subscribers are already connected to heating, so it looks like they fixed it by 6 p.m. with that, as far as that's concerned. Fortunately, there are no casualties at this time. However, the enemy is not going to stop the missile terror. So I ask the citizens of Zaporizhia and the residents of the districts to respond to appropriate reports of missile danger. He looks just as tired as he did when he was the mayor of Melitopol. And yeah, poor, that guy has gone through a lot in the last 2 years, 10 years, just as they all have. And that's just hard. Just hard. I'm glad he got the promotion, though.
I'm glad he got it. I think he really deserves it, don't you? And he's obviously got a bigger area to be responsible for now, but I think he'll do an incredible job, just as he seemed to, be doing for Melitopol whilst in exile, really.
Yeah, absolutely. He really did. He really has. And that's ain't nothing wrong with that.
Poltava region does some pretty incredible things. Do you keep up with Poltava region at all, Prince?
Not real specifically, but let me see. I got Poltava. Oh, I see here. This was yesterday, though. Yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
I've been keeping an eye on them over the past couple of weeks. I've been keeping a little file on it just because I just wanted to see for my own interest, and keep a pattern. And the things that they've been doing there, are building all sorts of different things. I mean, what's this now? Here, look, they're doing businesses, they're building businesses, they're helping women build businesses and set up businesses in the area that have internally displaced people from other areas. in fact, it's probably easier. I'm trying to scroll back through the military administration to find what I'm looking for. But it's probably easier just to go in my file, isn't it? Seeing as I have a file on October.
Perhaps. The other thing, yesterday at 5 a.m. my time, basically, so later in the day in Kyiv, there's a summary. We summarize the work of the regional administration for the week. Now, is this guy? I don't know if he's military administration or if he's just the governor of the oblast. But anyway, we are strengthening the fire brigades of the Poltava region. 2 more cars were handed over to our defenders. We are working on settling the situation with depths at KP Poltava.
I know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, that looks like something having to do with a canal and the energy. Sorry about that, but that word is that word is like long. Together with members of the VRU committee, they discussed the prospects of creating industrial parks. The territorial stage of the project of all Ukraine school leagues side by side continues in the region. The Working Group for Transparency and Accountability has identified possible risks for another tender in the Kremenjung community, along with the results of the tax audit. The company that supplied Poltava City Council with quadcopters must pay a fine of 46 million hryvnias to the state budget, and they are working on development of an irrigation system in the Poltava region. And there are links to individual stories, I think, for each one of those. So if anybody wants to hear one, holler. But that's those are some big and good projects that they are working on, and it's good to see that they are doing that, right?
Yeah, but what I find amazing about Poltava region is that they are like this all the time, constantly. So with some of the other administrations, of course, I guess it depends on the size of your region and your area that you're responsible for as well. That will make a difference, won't it? But I think they're doing really, really well because the things that they're putting in place are absolutely fantastic. I mean, there's a centre for people with Parkinson's disease, a specific centre that they put there. They're developing an adaptive sports in Poltava, and this is something for war veterans from the region. The International Organization for Migration is helping to build houses for IDPs, and they're expanding their international partners. This, I think, is interesting. Like I say, some of these are older because I've been keeping them in the folder. And those things you were reading there, Prince, those are, like you say, the most recent and up-to-date ones. And I do actually like that summary that you talk about. I think that's really good that they put out every week. It does make it easy to click on those links, like you say, and then it takes you back to the specific post. So I just wanted to tell you about this here. I thought you would enjoy listening about this as well. So the Centre for Patients with Parkinson's Disease, in addition to treatment, you can get preventative classes that are held, dance classes, movement therapy, Nordic walking, physical therapy, breathing exercises, and all sorts of different things on the recovery process, which I think is absolutely brilliant. I really love that they do these things. And this adaptive sports centre that I was looking at before, this is like they're putting these things in place for veterans as well, which I think is really good because those things are definitely going to be needed, even more so, I think, by injured veterans and people like that. What do you think, Prince? So they can have all these things that they can take part in and do it together as a group. I think that camaraderie is something that I've heard many people when they come out of the forces that they miss that. And so I think, you know, that's good for them to be able to get together in that type of a setting.
It is. It's good for them to be able to do these kinds of things together. Um, in helping with the camaraderie and helping to encourage each other along, and to be able to, you know, it depends on who you are, help each other, encourage each other, compete with each other, because there are people who are so competitive that no matter what they do, they're going to compete with somebody, and that's going to end up pushing them to do things better and faster. So yeah, it's just it's an all around good thing, and very, very happy about it and very excited about it for them. That's great news. Great news.
Yeah, I should post the pictures, I guess, for people to see, because it's a while ago now that I posted this. So let's have a look. This date that I'm talking about, this Adaptive Sports Centre, they posted about this on the 11th of January. So it's not too long ago, but it's a little while ago. So they're developing adaptive sports. It's actively joined by war veterans from the region, among whom there are already world record holders and competition winners. The regional space Invincible Poltava region will help to unite efforts in this direction, and it's become a powerful sports magnet. Civilians and military personnel train here, and recently 7 new simulators were added to the sports complex, and they were purchased with help from international organizations. So there's pictures of them, like on, you know, like, I mean, the typical things that you see at gyms, I guess, like rowing machines and that type of thing. So I'm going to go ahead and post those so everybody can have a look at those. What do you think about that, Prince? I think we should do that.
No, absolutely. And you know, I thought that I actually had this story, but this file is so long that I did not see it. Um, and I wonder if I put it in a different file. Either way, what it is, you know, I actually want to talk to Dave about this. So if I've taken it out of my file, I will be very disappointed. Um, because it's a very good thing. And you know, these are the kinds of things I like to talk to Dave about. Why? Because Dave has gone through rehab and things like this to be able to, um, how do I word it? To be able to recover and to be able to do these things. And you know, when yeah, some people, not everybody knows Dave, you know, and Dave is very, very, very open about the fact that he has a spinal cord injury and is a paraplegic and uses a wheelchair. And he's very open with sharing things about his life. Actually, this was several months ago. Um, several months ago, yeah. There was a article that I read about how in Ukraine they are handling intimacy after how they are handling intimacy after injury. Because when you've been burned or you've been wounded very severely and have a lot of scars, or when you've lost a limb, um, that changes. You know, that changes sometimes how you feel about yourself. That it changes um, your confidence, and you know, all of these different things. And so Ukraine actually has a whole program set up to help soldiers, well, to help people who have been wounded. And you can be wounded as a civilian, but to help people who have been wounded, to get their sex life back, to be able to have that intimacy again, for, you know, for married couples and for couples, you know, even who aren't married, or just how do you get back into the dating world? How do you deal with all of these things once you're post injury and can't do things the way you used to? And as a paraplegic or quadriplegic, I know quadriplegics who actually have some good work in their upper body, but they're still technically quadriplegics, but it still really changes a lot of things in their lives. I've known quadriplegics who can drive, for goodness sakes. Not all quadriplegics are have no use of their upper body. Anyway, as I digress, so how do you approach those things when you're talking to a partner, or when you're talking about dating, or when you're looking at all of those things? Anyway, I got off on a tangent again. This happens to me, but Dave Dave was open and willing to talk to. We had a whole segment one night many months ago about your sex life, basically after an injury, your intimate life, intimacy after an injury like that, and how difficult it can be, and the kinds of different. You just have to think about things in a different way. So that, and I was not teasing Dave. I was, he's not shy in telling us that he lives right by the mountains there in Utah, so that he can get right up there when the fresh snow happens. A lot of people, I guess, take the day off work when the good snow finally arrives. It's February, and evidently it still hasn't. And yeah, so Dave hasn't managed to go skiing yet, but he does. He skis. He's got a nice. Well, he rents a nice sit ski, and he gets out there and he skis. And he took a vacation this summer, or this summer. That was a biking tour. It was a hand bike tour. So he went, on a big, huge week-long trip on his hand bike, and with a bunch of other people who use hand bikes. And so the interest Dave would have, I think, in something like this, a sports rehabilitation kind of place, a place where they look at sports and look at getting people back involved and active in doing sports, especially for those who were athletes prior. That's big. That's huge. And being able to compete in the Paralympics, and and in the Invictus Games and things like that. Those are huge things for these guys to be able to do in the future as time goes on, and it'll be good for them. It will be very, very good for them, and I'm excited for them to be able to have this opportunity to continue on with that. I mean, if I look at Tara, the medic from MriyaReport, who was, held captive, I believe she does some martial arts. I can't remember which one, but she was very big in martial arts for a while. And she does archery at the Invictus Games. And she was supposed to do them actually when she was taken captive, and her daughter went in her place. They allowed that because she was being held in captivity. But she went this year. And to see the difference in her in that year between when I saw her testify for the Helsinki Commission and when I saw her at the Invictus Games, and I follow her on Facebook and I follow her on Twitter, and so I see a little bit of what she's up to. She's a changed woman, being able to get back into her sport, and she, I'm sure carries many, many scars, but she's not that very, very wounded person who had just gotten released from captivity a few months before her testimony at the Helsinki Commission. So anyway, you got me waffling again, Tracy.
You don't do waffling, Prince. That's my job. Delayed response there, sorry.
I learned how to waffle from you and Mockers.
It's a good skill to have, I reckon.
It is a good skill. As a co-host, being able to waffle boy howdy, it will save you save you save you a whole lot of trouble. And what I do have to say is waffling and typing is not my best skill. I do not seem to be able to waffle and type at the same time. It's like, because then I'll start typing what I'm trying to say or saying what I'm trying to type. It just doesn't work out. It just it just doesn't work out well. Anyway, I'm excited about this rehab place, and I am gonna save that and try to talk to Dave about it tomorrow. What else do we have except for really pretty pictures on my timeline because somebody woke up? So yeah. Speaking of people waking, oh yeah, look at
I
the
was
time.
thinking if you want to talk about Mrs. Zelenska, because I've no doubt you will have seen already. She was giving another one of those houses this week. You know, the big houses that they've been building for the foster families.
How did I miss it?
Did you miss that? You can't. Surely you didn't miss that.
I can't. How can I have missed that? Seriously. Seriously.
I'm not laughing.
Yeah, you are. You're making fun of me because you
Oh,
know.
I'm laughing. I'm
Oh,
making fun of you.
yeah. I'm like, oh, are you kidding me? How did I miss this? I am just disappointed in myself. So sorely disappointed in myself. Ooh, I saw what I
Well,
wanted
you
to
can
see
only
now.
keep up with so many things, Prince. You are only human. I hate this saying
I
now
saw.
after that song.
Are you sure? Are you sure she? I mean, I saw the books. I saw the books in the book place that she opened in Canada. When was she in Ukraine to do this? Because
I'm sure I saw.
yeah,
I'm
no.
sure.
Oh, okay. So this was February 5th, and I don't. This was, I think, while she was in Germany, or maybe not. Maybe she was back, but she looks like then she's gone on a tour and she was in Canada. It's like I need a GPS tracker on Mrs. Zelenska, please. Oh, that could get me in a lot of trouble. That could get me in a lot of trouble. GPS
Yeah.
tracker on Mrs. Zelenska, please. What are you doing today? I mean, and it's not like I don't. She's on my freak. She's on one of my preferred lists. So every time she tweets, I see it. And yeah. Anyway, the third large foster family received a new home in the framework of Address of Childhood project by the Olena Zelenska's Foundation. The First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, and the team of her foundation visited a large foster family of Tetiana Yurchenko and Serhiy Hashenko in Lviv region. They are raising 10 children. Yeah, I think that is a different group than the last time when I saw. This is the third large family to receive new home. Yeah, because the last one I think I read about was the first from as part of the foundation's Address of Childhood project. The goal of the project is to build homes for those large foster families who lost them as a result of the full-scale invasion. Currently, there are more than 80 such families in the country. Before the
I
full
didn't
scale,
know that.
yeah. I mean, and these guys have what 10 kids, and the other family had about the same. It's that is a lot, and if you have the heart for doing it, and if you have the correct motivation for doing it, building your life around being a foster parent, can be amazing. Amazing. I have some friends here in the U.S. Who do that. I mean, that's what they do for a living. They foster children, and they have adopted some children. I don't even remember. I think they have 7 or 8 kids in their house. Yeah, and and it's something that gives them a lot of fulfillment and a lot of joy. And one of their foster kids, was older when they first got married, and and he's right around their age, and he still lives with them. And actually, I don't know that I don't know if he's technically a foster kid. Anyway, regardless, what I know is that they've been taking care of him for years. He is like their son. And it's that way with a few of their foster kids. They are considered permanent foster kids, so they're not foster kids that are going to be, um, taken and put in a different home or something like that. They are they're permanent foster families. So it can be a very, very rewarding, and it could be a. I know it sounds weird. You got to make sure the motivations are correct with these people. I mean, that is so key. But it can be a career. It really can. Being a foster family to a large foster family, or a foster family to children with special needs, can be a very rewarding career. Anyway, um, before the full-scale invasion, Tatiana and Sergei lived with their children in a large house in Zaporizhia. Now their hometown is just a few miles. Now their hometown is just a few miles from the front line and under fire every day, and their house is uninhabitable. Windows are smashed, the ceilings collapse, the roof is destroyed, and the walls are riddled with shell fragments. The president's wife noted that despite the difficulties with housing last year, the parents took in 3 more children. 3 more children. A 10-year-old, 2 10-year-olds, and 11-year-old. Wow. Finding a family, warmth and love in the midst of war. Every such story touches you to the core, Olena Zelenska said. When my foundation established, one of the first people we started helping were large families. Each of these families takes care of 5 to 10 children deprived of parental care. The foundation primarily supports those large foster families that were forced to evacuate because of the war. We help them to set up their lives from scratch in a new place. Then we realized that one of the main requests of large foster families is a home. We created a project for a barrier-free, energy-efficient home. We are looking for funding. We chose land plots with good infrastructure nearby. We controlled the entire construction process, the First Lady said. Each new house within the address of childhood is built according to a special project. It has an area of 285 square meters of autonomous heating system, and a shelter. The First Lady and the Foundation's team donated books for the children to the family. According to the president's wife, the project is preparing 11 more houses, and the search for sponsors to build new houses for the rest of the large families left homeless is underway. For this, as well as all of its projects, the foundation attracts foreign donors. Olena Zelenska expressed her gratitude to everyone who is currently helping the foundation, and then she lists a bunch of different foundations. And her website, for the website for her foundation, is not hard to find. If you Google Olena Zelenska Foundation, you will find a link to it. And our global goal is for every child to have a family, so that in Ukraine there would be no orphanhood as a phenomenon. And for this purpose, it is important for every foster family to have a safe home. The First Lady is convinced. I have to say, I agree with her. And this only deepens my love and admiration for the First Lady of Ukraine. She is extraordinary, and she is exceptional, and she is a wonderful support to her husband, her family, and her country. And she has really shined. And another thing that I can say that I know that the Elena Zelenska Foundation is doing um, for large foster families is giving them a vacation. I believe last year, I have to look, but I know that there were several camps in the Carpathian Mountains. She helped with a camp with kids who have been severely affected by the war, children who have watched their parents die, children who have been injured, um, very, very traumatized, children who are having problems because of that trauma. And it's a 21-day camp that's held in the Carpathian Mountains, and there are doctors and psychologists and psychiatrists and um, music therapists. There's a whole team of very, very skilled professionals in addition to the rest of the camp staff, where they try to help these kids find some coping skills. And then they also bring the parents or the guardians. A lot of those kids are orphans, but the guardians in for part of the time also to try to help them learn some of those skills. So she has these camps up in the Carpathian Mountains. They rent out that she has these camps for the kids who are really struggling, and for large foster families is like another time they had like a week vacation or something up there. But the one for the kids is a 21-day program. It's I think the most extensive program, and it's rather impressive. But I could and Tracy, you have put me to shame that I did not know that this was happening. I mean, I knew she did this, she did some books, Ukrainian books in in different countries. And so the woman gets around too. I mean, not in a bad way, but in a very, very good way, actually. Just saying, she is she's doing, like I said again, um very, very good job supporting her husband, supporting her family, and supporting her country. Good morning, Marcus. Would you like me to stop waffling now?
No, you can waffle as long as you like, but good morning. I need to just get a coffee into my hand, but look at me, I'm awake and stuff. I apologise for sending you messages at 1:30 in the morning, but I couldn't sleep.
Um, it was not 1:30 in the morning for me.
Oh, that's true. That is very true. It just was
So
for
yeah,
me.
so why are you apologizing to me? I mean, the last message that you sent me saying I'm not tired was, and I was busy doing something, but I still couldn't. Yeah, it was at 4:30 in the afternoon. Yeah, so that's not a big deal. 4:30 in the afternoon is not a big deal.
I'm seeing evidence of another aircraft being shot down, you know.
There isn't evidence. There's proof.
Woohoo! So that's 4 in 24 hours?
Yes, and at around 6 or 6:30 this morning, it was put out by the Air Force that they shot down an Su-34.
Hey, by heck, they're getting good at this, aren't they? Sorry, I just popped something in the nest to show that there are dropping like flies. Oh, excuse me. Can you tell I need a coffee? Yeah, they're dropping like flies.
Yes, and I sent you a Chryso wiki. I read it not too long ago, and I laughed my butt off. Laughed my freaking butt off. It is a hilarious, in my opinion, Chryso wiki.
I actually have 2 items from him, but
Ooh.
I know, but I won't run through them both at once. But I will just say, you know what I do have, folks? I have some numbers, and oh, they're worth looking at. It would appear that Russians tried to make some sort of advance, shall we say, in the Zaporizhia southern direction, Robotny, that place, however you say it. And so that I think Ukrainians repelled a number of assaults in the teens. So maybe 13 or 14 assaults they made yesterday in that particular area. And although they had built up quite a group in that area, it's apparently starting to dwindle already because of the amount of stuff that Ukraine's already taken out. We'll see what happens there. But give me 2 minutes, ladies, and I'll just grab a coffee. Okay.
Absolutely. And Will, you upside down man, how are you?
Well, clearly I'm upside down, aren't I?
Yes, you are. I don't think I sent this to you. I should have.
43 here today, Mockers, or Prince. 43 Celsius, the new scale. 43 on the new scale. So it's a little hot. It doesn't matter if you're in the sun or the shade once it gets to be above 40 degrees. Just saying.
Yeah, if I remember right from my torturous summer of heat, I was looking at that and trying to put it into I was looking at things to put into perspective how badly I was suffering in the heat. And I believe that's 100. 40 is around 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah. And you're right. There's nothing good. Actually, there's nothing good that happens over 95 Fahrenheit. I'm just saying. I mean, if I could live in an environment, Mockers and I were talking about this the other day. If I could live somewhere where it was in the 70s every day of the year, oh, that would be glory. That would be just perfect.
Now, just for the record, I'm not complaining, of course, because I did get to go out and go for a nice swim this morning, and then I had to turn on the air conditioning today, though, which is I don't even have to do that normally because it normally is perfectly paradise without even any air conditioning, even when it gets 35 degrees Celsius, 38 degrees Celsius, because it depends on how you manage airflow through your building and what the dryness of that area is too. Well, rather than just what the temperature is.
Yes, and I just sent you.
But it's way better than you northern hemispheres, I guess, is what I'm saying, because it's not raining, it's not snowing, there's no ice to fall down on. When I go out to my Perth Ukrainian rally next Saturday, I'm not going to fall down on the ice or get chilblain or anything like that.
Well, let's go to a contrast. How are things in Sweden, Jenny? Sorry.
It's actually nice. The sun is shining and it's only like 1 or 2 minus in centigrade. I was just gonna say that there's also nothing good that comes, that happens below 50 minus 15 centigrade. The sweet spot is around 12 minus, I think. There's no snow falling. I don't know why. At minus 10 or colder, there's no snow, which means no shoveling. You don't want to have it around 8 or 9 because that is when you get these big snowfalls. And also, if it's around 1 or 2 minus, it's this heavy, soppy, kind of really heavy snow. So you don't want that. The sweet spot is around 12 minus. It's still with good clothing, you can still be outdoors for hours, but there's no snow falling. You don't have to shovel snow. So that's the sweet spot. Below that, it's just ridiculous. Just saying. So I understand there's nothing good that happens over about 75 degrees, I would say, in Fahrenheit, not centigrade, because then I'd be dying.
Yeah, we'd all be cooked to death at that point. But yes, I agree. 75 degrees is about perfect, which is probably what your winter will be in June, right? Well, anyway.
Sure. Yeah, about that.
Yeah. But I did send you a video, and I did talk about this. It was I cannot label it as Absurdistan because it is in the occupied territories. But a genius took somebody in Melitopol, a genius took a hand grenade launcher and accidentally fired it in an indoor building at a sports school during a wrestling match. Yeah, brilliant. But I have to say, I'm guessing it is an imported person from Absurdistan.
Yeah, or just some idiot in what they call the DNR. But we've seen it on Ukraine side, folks. Unless it you haven't heard before, it bears repeating. Hand grenades are seriously dangerous items that are made to be put into use relatively easily, and can do an incredible lot of damage. And of course, a grenade launcher. He was probably playing around with a real one in it, not intending to fire it, and somehow uh, got it armed when he probably put it in it, and then I don't know what he did. It didn't look like it fired properly, but maybe a misfire. Who knows? But what would possess you to think, I'm going to go to a high school wrestling match. I think I'll take a fucking grenade launcher along with me. The flares just don't do it for me anymore. Those smoke things, sticks. I got to have some real fireworks. I don't know. It's hard to figure people out lots of the time, and ones that are too Russian most of the time.
Yes.
Red.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mockers.
No, just saying I'm ready. Feel free to get the stuff out of here when you need to.
Yeah, before I get to do the awoo, Tracy co-hosted for a ridiculous amount of time in my day. I know there was, a day and a night differentiation, but I also know that before I am up in the morning, she will, oh crap, I gotta set an alarm tomorrow. She will be co-hosting again. Oh, I know what it was. I'm having I have a thought. I gotta do stuff. Oh Lord. Good morning, Chris. Oh,
You called? I'm here. Oh, woo. It was when you said, "Oh Lord," I thought, "Oh, okay, I better come on now." I'm good, thanks. I'm good. Hey, I just got to pick up on the old temperature thing because yesterday I was watching something which I thought was sort of fascinating. Really, Will, you would like this, I think, right? The optimum working temperature. I'm not very good at Fahrenheits and centigrades and things like that. I know I should be, Will, but I'm not anyway. But the optimum working temperature, right? Let's just think about that at the minute, right? So there's I think you guys were describing, you guys both from the far south and the far north were describing a temperature that is optimum for like basically living and working in, right? Will, I think you're a bit weird. It's like way too hot. That is, I wouldn't be able to do anything in that temperature. But anyway, so there's an optimum band, right? Which like basically circles the world. Will, you probably know this, right? So where you get maximum productivity, and that band at the minute sort of is it's like North America and the UK, and there's a point to this bit. It's south of Russia, and obviously over Ukraine and the Mediterranean and blah like that, right? Anyway, that band over the next century is moving north, right? Apparently, yeah. So whatever we're doing to the world's atmosphere and stuff, and that band is going to move north, right? So it was a video. I was watching this randomly. So the thing was, right, that when it moves north, that will make Russia the most productive area, along with certain other northern territories, right, northern countries like Iceland and Sweden and Norway and blah 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 blah, right? So I thought, oh, that's interesting. So basically, what it was trying to say was that, or one of the things it was saying was that in the next 100 years, Russia, since it's the most productive place, will become like leader in the world. So I thought, oh, that's interesting. I thought, and then anyway, the only thing I could think of at the time was remarking, well, actually, no, it won't, because by then Russia will all be split up into little countries, because everybody will see this opportunity to be more productive and to grow rich and that, and they'll say, well, we're not giving all of that to the bloody mafia, are we? What do you think, Will?
No, they wouldn't want to. They wouldn't want to give it all to the mafia. And I'm having some weird problems with the co-hosting thing here. Well, I still see Prince as a co-host, but so my system is a little wonky. We don't have a Mockers installed yet, so it's I'm gonna carry on here for a second, and then we'll eventually get things worked out, because I'll have to recycle, because I can't, of course, can't process requests. Thanks, Elmo. Thanks. So let's. No, you've reorganized, but you're still there. Mockers, go ahead.
Yeah, it does that to me, and it will try and reorganize, and it keeps flipping back to the original situation. Anyway, it's just very weird. So I'm hearing at least 24 F-16 jets will be delivered to Ukraine in the first batch, and we hear from Mark Rutte that they are on schedule. Now, I'd like to point out that, let me just see, who else has F-16s that I can pick just randomly? So, randomly, Turkey. Turkey, do you know how many of them they have?
They've got about 35, 40, I think.
It says here, countries using F-16 fighter jets. Turkey, 243.
Holy crap, holy.
Yeah, exactly. I'll go through a couple of others. Israel, 224. They are kind of using them at the minute, though. South Korea, 167. They kind of need theirs as well. I get it. Pakistan, 85. Good old Belgium are currently fielding 52 of them. Now, that's along with other stuff, though. You know, that not all of these countries solely fly the F-16. But as you can see, there's a lot of people who have a lot of aircraft. In fact, would you believe the United States have 936 of these jets currently in service? Just the nearly 1,000 there. And, Ukraine's going to get 24. You know, I think originally they wanted to release them in batches of 6. And I think they realised that they would be just too vulnerable in small numbers. That's what I think, anyway.
Well, they will if they don't keep them stocked with surface-to-air missiles. That's for sure, because the planes that got shot down yesterday and the plane that got shot down today were carrying out close air support for Russian troops. At the end of that Avdiivka battle, before they started to withdraw, Russia had basically claimed localized air superiority for the first time ever in this war, almost 2 years in, but was able to prosecute close air support for its troops and the attack, the pounding of Avdiivka. And so Ukraine has once again been very crafty with the Patriot, but I understood before that time that they had developed this air superiority localized because once again, Ukraine didn't have enough air defense systems or air defense missiles to be able to prosecute the areas over all the parts of the battlefield that they needed to. So they had to everything I think had been sequestered a little bit, but once they evacuated Avdiivka, they no longer were going to keep that, probably a Patriot system, a German Patriot system. They weren't going to keep it in the neighborhood there anyway. So they shot it and took down some planes, possibly moved it to the east and north, maybe up near Kramatorsk, and then hit another plane today, and then probably, hopefully, faded like a ghost somewhere else. Because those are especially the one in Luhansk today, big long range shot. But yeah, they run out of everything, and then eventually Russia's going to take advantage of that sort of stuff. So it's part of the whole package of problems that led to the loss of Avdiivka.
Indeed, but you know what? In a way, having a disaster at the same time as having a meeting to try and avert a disaster, I think is possibly motivating. Have you heard, for example, what Denmark is doing?
Well, other than being one of the big donators of F-16s, which is what I say, I think that will make a significant difference to put 12, 24 of those into theater so that they can't do that close air support thing anymore, and keep some air defense missiles coming to them. I guess that was my point. I didn't finish. Sorry, Markers. But yeah, Denmark is doing something else. I can't remember what else though.
Sorry, I just couldn't find my button. Weird like that I am. Yeah, Denmark are transferring all of their artillery systems to Ukraine, the Prime Minister of Denmark yesterday stated. Now, they've not given information on the number, but we know that they have at least 24 M109 self-propelled howitzers, at least 6 M101 howitzers, 20 mortars, 12 MLRS. Now, again, not huge numbers, but these are going to be really important. I think, that Denmark's doing what we should have done at the beginning. Look, guys, we'll worry about ourselves later. Here, Ukraine, have what you need. I think that's how it should be. Not completely, clean out our cupboards, but certainly of anything that we've not used for the last decade.
Well, and dig deep, because what you were highlighting before in relation to the F-16s is what we were talking about a year, 15 months ago. Because I know zippo about the Air Force, and I am fighter plane agnostic, we'll say. There's no flavor from any country I prefer. All I was looking at was aggregate numbers, and there are 4,000 fourth and fifth generation fighter aircraft covering all the NATO countries. Now, I realize that they all have to look after their own patch and whatever, and their contingencies and whatever, but this is why I said at the time, you can't tell me you couldn't cut 200 F-16s out of that 4,000 fourth and fifth generation, right? There's F-22s that the Yanks run. There's Eurofighters. There's F-35s, lots of F-35s in there now. They've got a very, very formidable Air Force. And so to think that they couldn't cut some of those out and dig deep, like, Denmark's doing here now, And who did it at the beginning of the war? Didn't Denmark at the very beginning of the war give up all of its M777 too? Didn't it give up all of its artillery, its towed artillery at that time, or something like that?
There was another country as well who gave up literally everything they had, which was some tank parts.
Oh, I think it was Belgium. Yeah.
Yeah, and I thought that was absolutely like just amazing. Look, we don't have much, but here, have all of it. And it was just like, there you go. There's an example for everybody. Jenny, go ahead.
And yeah, that's what I was hoping Australia would
Okay.
do, make an example. Jenny.
So I had to look up this because Tracy actually brought this up earlier. I'm surprised that this is making the news now because this came out. This was a statement made at the end of January. In Sweden, this story broke in January 31st, and they're giving up 15 Caesar howitzers that are truck-mounted artillery system, and they only have 15, and they give up all of them. But I think it's amazing. So I don't know.
Agreed. Those Caesars are fantastic. These M109s are very good self-propelled artillery guns, but they're a little bit older. Those Caesars are brand new cream of the crop, really fast firing, shoot and scoot 155s. They're great guns, and you'd be surprised what a difference 15 of them could do.
Yeah, I know, because we have a similar system in Sweden. When I looked up the system, the Archer, we donated 8, and I think that there are more coming, and they are also self-propelled. The Archer can fire, I think it's like 8 or 9 shells under a minute, and if you do rounds of 3, I know they can shoot 3 within 15 seconds or something like that. It's like ridiculously fast, and the guys don't even have to get out of the cockpit. They can do everything from inside of the cabin of the armored truck that the Archer is mounted on. I hope the Caesar is similar, and I'm really glad that Denmark is doing this. This is amazing. And they have another 2 that are, I think it said 2 in the article, that are incoming to Denmark. And once they arrive in Denmark, they're sending them on to Ukraine as well. So they will literally have no artillery system. That is amazing. Well done, Denmark.
Yeah, totally agreed. Well done, Denmark. Chris.
Yes, and then obviously you have to. I'm sure you've done it, but you have to add. Is it Czechia? I forget how you pronounce it now. Czechia finding how many shells? 500,000 or something like that.
Yeah, well done them. And that was the thing Peter was talking about yesterday. And the others were saying, if somebody, we got to find somebody that could finance something given to the United States. Well, we don't even have to do that. They can. Czechia has found a whole bunch of 155 and 122. I don't know where they found that, but they got a whole bunch of 122. Pile on that capitalism. Just out capitalist these dirty Russian bastards. Yeah, Chris, go ahead.
We will send the briefcase, brollies, and bowler hats brigade over there right away. Will they'll be there
Precisely.
they'll be there with their pinstripe trousers and bowler hats and that. Yeah, no problem. We can sort that out. And then but the thing on going back to the F-16s and that. So total global population of F-16s was you say something like 4,000 mockers? Is that where you were getting to?
Not F-16s, 4th and 5th generation fighters in total. NATO has 4,000 in total, 4th and 5th generation fighters.
Okay, but even so, the F-16 number is a big number, isn't it? You've got to believe, Will. You've got to believe.
Yeah, it's a big number.
Yeah, and you've got to believe it's going to be more going to Ukraine than that, don't you? Once they're all
and this is why I was saying, Ukraine. We talked to the people who know at the time, and they said what they need is an air force of about 200 aircraft. So 200 aircraft, where are you going to get them? I, of course, was going to say, how about in that very large boneyard in Nevada? But of course, you can't say that first because the Yanks want to make sure everybody's ponying up. So, Denmark and Holland and everybody else really got in. really appreciate the Netherlands' contribution to that. And, you know, I wish we would have jumped on it too, of course. But yeah, to think, Chris, that the NATO couldn't carve out 200 F-16s out of its stables there in an organized fashion very quickly and say, here you go, and pilot training's underway 15 months ago, you know, fully 15 months ago, so that they would have had some experienced pilots in theater already, and the cadre of new pilots that were brand new would now be coming close to coming out of, you know, so they had replacements and attrition and rotation and all that sort of stuff, and instructors. You know, do it properly. Do it like you do it if the British government was running it back, you know, World War II. America was running World War II. Whoever. Let's do it like we used to be able to do it, because it ain't rocket science, even when sometimes it is in fact rocket science. Peter.
Yeah, all right. The ammo news is really promising, and fingers crossed. Germany to Ukraine, he triangulates that those 122 millimeter shells, 300,000, that Germany just announced a package, right, like a day before, of 120,000 of those. So it seems like that's kind of identifying that, you know, for real. And exactly right, Will, as we were talking yesterday. So, you know, in essence, Chechnya is ready to be a broker on this 500,000, 155, you know, deal. That should already be done, I hope, right? Like, that's not that expensive.
Well,
And
I hope the check for $50 million from Australia cleared the other day into the international fund, because weapons can be bought out of that. And
there you go. That
you know,
covers it.
Oh, it'd cover it and plenty, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and the 122s probably as well. So I mean, that's, you know, finally we're hitting this activity level. You know, more great news. Well, this is verifiable from Colby, that Lockheed is increasing production of M142 HIMARS from 48 to 60, and it's going to reach 96 by the end of this year. I mean, there's almost nothing more effective to this point, right, than HIMARS. I mean, that's just in Ukraine, just fantastic news. And then potentially intriguing news, but, you know, more kind of conflicted in the administration, et cetera, is the Pentagon's now seeking $300 million for the Replicator drone initiative, which seeks to field thousands of drones. And I think they've already been tested in Ukraine. And now, you know, Bloomberg reported yesterday that the DoD's already sent Congress a request to grab $300 million from already allocated funds from last year, you know, to fund this, right? Like, they're ready to go full scale and produce these. And, you know, it's this is kind of the problem with the $4 billion drawdown not having fully been used, et cetera. And, you know, again, these are fantastic tech drones. It's exactly what Ukraine needs, right? So, you know, it's tantalizing, encouraging, and yet, as usual, incredibly frustrating all at once.
Yep. It is all exactly those things, because you know, you want to be incredibly appreciative and thankful that it's happened, but you feel almost duty bound, compelled to point out that it's what we were asking for 18 months ago. Not to say he told you so, but to say that, folks, when, you know, when things have been figured out by people even in crowdsourced public spaces like this, that have a goal and a desire to solve some problem, and we can get experts in from all different stuff, and you work it out, and you know, like we started on things. I don't care whose tank we use, but a tank. What's the best tank for the role that we can get in there in numbers right now? You know, what's the address the extant need in a timely fashion? And that's where the frustration comes from, Peter, that we have known all along, and some of it's very boring when you're talking about artillery production. And we looked at the numbers 15, 16 months ago on the expected rounds in storage, in the various countries and the possible production rates. We knew at that time that Texas facility would have to be demothballed, and the production rate in Pennsylvania would have to go up, because I had a conversation with people about it here who know big bullets, and yet it just takes way too long when the correct answer is staring us in the face to fix things up. And so the downside is, of course, that this problem is going to be solved. That the upside, as you say, Peter, is these problems are getting solved. The downside is it's not going to help anyone who died in the last week and a half at Avdiivka. It's not going to bring any of them back, right? And all of them could have lived because these problems were completely solvable. And I'm not going to say we're to blame, right? The Russians are to blame, but these problems were completely solvable, and there has been a lack of real urgency and initiative on the part of the folks who could really get in and help. And here I'm looking right back at my country again. We are one of the most egregious examples of not engaging in the mental activity of going, liberal democracy is under attack here. What do we have that we could help Ukraine with, rather than waiting around for them to ask? And then if they do ask, oh, you didn't ask in the right way, or the paper wasn't right, or the whatever, some sort of diplomatic snafu. We should be actively pursuing ways to make sure that Ukraine survives and thrives, right? And it's not going to survive, nor is it going to thrive, win, and thrive after this war's over, unless it is armed to the absolute teeth with everything that we could possibly get. But Peter, you are 100% right. The pipeline for 155 boring ammunition is now filling up somewhat and should be solved in the next year to year and a half. The issues with while 155 may not be at the right level, boring old ammunition, Gimlers, ground launch small diameter bombs, and ATACMs, we would hope, are going to be employed even more effectively than our 155 shells in some cases. So there are tools coming into them. The F-16s will be in there, and when you're talking about F-16s finally being in there, once they win the skies, if you think what Russia did to Avdiivka in the past couple of days was problematic for them, wait till you see what JDAMs can do to Russian fortifications, cities, equipment. AGM-155 air-launched cruise missiles can do to vessels, and all those sorts of things that the F-16 carries. The kit out on an F-16 is eye-watering, and so when they do show up, they will be significantly better planes than are the Su-27s that will be sent out to match, or the 35Cs that will be sent out to match them. They are better planes, but they're not a wonder miracle weapon. They're just one of the tools that they'll be able to put in place to turn and then move the Russians in the right direction, I think, Peter. Back to you again.
Yeah, like the thing that's just showing itself like every day is that, deals are getting done, between partner countries. But like in the DoD announced, like, I don't know, a month ago or whenever it was, we talked about it on here, like a new like logistics procurement oversight office. Like you'd think that's already in the DoD, but okay, right? Like now they're coordinating on on a wartime footing almost, right? We're going to interact with the defense industry every day. We're going to like really look at our numbers. We're going to manage going forward, and already I know 155 new production is going to be way up at the end of this month. But as I believe it stands, right, there's no allocated money to send to any of them, overseas. And it's like, but the same thing again in Brussels, right? Like, I don't know off the top of my head if this kind of office exists, but there's all these very quiet deals going on, right? It's like, it's fear-based. And it's like, it's not getting the job done, and honestly, this is on European soil, right? I mean, if this was Russia, China combined effort coming through Mexico, would a bunch of Europe or European NATO, be right there, be sending all kinds of arms, funding, planes, etc.? I doubt it, right? I doubt it. So, I guess things are finally getting in a good direction. And there's lots of people who don't want to think about war issues every day, like a lot of us here do, who are committed and want to try to solve problems. But, and then the enemies from within as well. And, as we set up, whether we get into it now or a little bit later, Will, this latest missive from Sachs, it is freak.
Oh yeah, we'll get there in a few minutes.
Okay, yeah, okay, in a few, but anyway, it's like, but logistically, production of the stuff that the guys, girls need in country, it's getting ramped up. It's happening. Now it seems that people are resourcefully looking for cross-border funding. So not soon enough, but glad to see it happening.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, we'll talk Peter Sachs in a minute, or David Sachs in a minute. He's sure got it all in there. Threw the kitchen sink into a bit of a massive disinformation effort that, frankly, you would think would have him with an interview with the FBI. But first, we'll go to Sung Manisu. Go ahead.
I will. You can just call me Lisa if you want. That's a lot easier for people. It is Shungmanito Tanku, which
Well, I didn't do too bad.
no, you did a good job. No, I'm Native American Sioux, so that's a word for a wolf spirit. If you read my little bio, you'll see there. I have no what do you call it, mercy for the Vatniks. I won't say the rest of it, but anyways, I was really bummed out today. I know that like this morning and this afternoon, I just because of Indivka and reading some of the things about how they tried to hold on to it and then they were told to pull out. But they're very what do you call it? That they value even the fallen. I mean, they were trying to get as many bodies out as they could. And a lot of these guys had wounds and, shot and bleeding, and they were still pulling them out of there. And I'll tell you what, I just have such a great admiration for the Ukrainians. They're just to me, they are true warriors of the world. And I was just mourning the loss of lives there. And I know one of the fellas here didn't know if her cousin was okay or not, but she found out that he is, which I'm happy. But yeah, but you guys really cheered me up listening to some of this stuff. It's giving me hope and encouragement. And I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Lisa. Before you go into a rant about some guy who has a name that reminds me of testicles, would you like some numbers?
You bet. I'm not going to do a rant. It's going to be a careful, cool dissection with Peter.
Well, let me do some numbers and then you can talk about insidious little men.
But please proceed. I am filling the nest.
Enjoy. So we have again more than 1,000 liquidated personnel with 1,080 today. So already 2,430 over that 400,000. 40. Where'd I get that from? So yeah, just ploughing ahead there. Glued my scissors together. There we go. Sorry, I glued on my nails last night and managed to glue everything on the table at the same time. Did I say 11 tanks? I might have done. 11 tanks. Anyway. Bloody hell. In my very English accent. Bloody hell. 53 armoured personnel vehicles. That's quite a few, that. 40 artillery systems. 3 MLRS. Oh, I love seeing those things disappear. But what about this? 3 aircraft. Plus there'll be another one later. There'll be another one on tomorrow's numbers. Beautiful. I thought they were doing well with the 3, but just decided to take one more down for good measure. Why not? 36 UAVs. Oh, 2 cruise missiles today. They were obviously feeling very spendy yesterday. Sending 2 of them. 2 logistics vehicles. That's the least I've seen, I think, ever. So perhaps they were concentrating on other things yesterday rather than logistics vehicles, because there was 7 special equipment on top of all that, which is always a good number. So they go well. Basically, all armoured personnel carriers and a bit of artillery. Well, I say quite a chunk of artillery, actually, and mostly aircraft. Yeah, I'm loving that 3 aircraft in a day situation.
4 in 24 hours. Yeah, 4 in 24 hours. Because when you consider that each one of those, if we're talking numbers again, they would have to be running a little bit short on Su-34 fighter bomber aircraft at this point at one or more of these air bases. That these things don't grow on trees, and this takes us up in total. Fixed wing aircraft. This takes us up to 320. Where are we at? 330. Close to it. Anyway. Yeah. Okay. So it's got to be significant. I haven't had a look at it. We'll talk about numbers of tanks and stuff, because Jerry's been at it from the Raytheon intern program again, and he's done what we did in armored fighting vehicles, IFVs, and infantry fighting vehicles the other day. I noted his work again up in the nest, which we'll talk about later. Now, Mockers, a brand new one today, and I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest to you that this same battery shot down those 3 planes yesterday, and this one this morning. All the same Patriot battery. It's a German one that was provided most recently, and it's set up to shoot and scoot, I think, better than the others that had been provided for earlier that were older setup of whole systems. And I think it's done most of the heavy lifting here in Zaporizhia and the east in the last few months. I sense one controls van that probably has about 10 or 11 silhouettes painted on it at this point.
Oh yes, we did actually see the side of one when they took down those 5 in Belgorod, didn't we? So, wonder if it's the same one doing its roaming around.
I think this one's a different one. I think that was one that was set up to work up in the Kiev area and was moved over to Kharkiv area just for that duty, and then back as a first experiment sort of thing. And then I think this new German one is the one that's been working in the south and east in the last couple months. That's my story anyway, and I'm sticking with it. Now, St. Manassu mentioned a bit of doom and gloom, and of course, I do want to talk about the David Sachs thing. bit with Peter since he's here. But if you look at that airplane, if you look up in the nest and the most current airplane symbol being knocked out of the sky, I put yesterday's 2 posts about the battle in Avdiivka and the one I noted today and piled it on. So I won't go through those in great detail, but I do want to round up again what happened in Avdiivka in particular, and then we can talk about what it means. In particular, the disinformation campaign that has been commenced in earnest because of the loss of Avdiivka. So, look, Avdiivka was definitely lost, obviously, right? First, with the abandonment of the fortifications at Zenit in the southwest, and then through abandoning large portions of the rest of the city to the north, but maintaining a foothold in the coke plant because it is a particularly useful fortification to hold for a while they evacuate the rest of the area and decide how long they want to stay there and use it as an observation post to kill Russians as they advance forward and try to consolidate their positions in Avdiivka. But, of course, the first thing they did, the 3rd Brigade moved in, reinforced the units that were in Avdiivka, specifically so that a brand new, a fresh, very well experienced unit that had done this before in Azovstal was once again here doing work that they were similar, new, they were fresh, they were ready to go. So they went in, they reinforced the position, and the folks who were there evacuated, and then they evacuated themselves. As Sunga Manitsu said, a fighting withdrawal like that is very risky, and the encirclement of them was actually very, very close. So their fighting withdrawal out of first the Zenit pocket, and then the remainder of the pocket that was forming around their positions in Avdiivka Central are 2 maneuvers that are difficult, hard to time, and as was noted, one of the main things that they try to do is evacuate their wounded and even dead that Ukraine does. If you're a Russian listener, you'll find that foreign, but that's what Ukraine does. And a significant number of the casualties that Ukraine took were, in fact, trying to get other casualties out of the city. So this is what happens when you withdraw. If you're under fire control of the enemy and they can rain fire down on you while you're trying to evacuate, it's what happened. But it does look like they've made a very good withdrawal, considering all the factors, and have preserved the majority of the forces that they withdrew from there, and have straightened up their lines and can still cause Russia considerable problems from that coke plant, and can consolidate their positions out to the west of Avdiivka proper, behind the bowl that forms naturally there. Now, information that has come out today, the latest tweet, the last tweet, just the one before the airplane silhouette there. This tweet that Ryan O'Leary has written up, that I think you should read. Don't read my tweet, read his tweet, because it goes through some of the particular aspects of that battle in Avdiivka, and what damage was done to Russia in relation to that, because we were talking about the fact that it was attacking a fortification meant that it was going to be even harder than Bakhmut, which it was. Ukraine also was clearly using techniques designed to make sure basically nobody made it out alive. And they needed to do that because of the manner in which Russia changed its tactics a little bit, from full-on large meat waves to 2 and 3 vehicles rushing up as far as they could till they exploded, the men rushing up as far as they could get under fire, and then just trying to hunker down and hide until the next wave of a few vehicles came. That persisting at that, even though the incredible casualties that they would have received, that is what eventually allowed Russia to move into and occupy portions of Avdiivka, and then begin the grind away to try to take a city away from them. Ukraine interdicted wave after wave of those reinforcements, even though those troops had reached the city itself and they were now fighting close to their positions. They were still picking off reinforcements as they arrived. So it was it's estimated that the casualties, total casualties in Bakhmut, because remember, it went on a lot longer, and if you consider Soledar and then Bakhmut, a lot more casualties that time. Casualties meaning dead and wounded. But this time, if you take the wounded away from Bakhmut and just look at the dead, there were easily 2 times more dead in this attack than there were in Bakhmut. So this is a devastating attack in human lives. And the equipment losses that are in the other tweet that I looked at yesterday, 10 times the amount of armored fighting vehicles. Ukraine lost 57, Russia lost 666. So more than 10 times the armor loss. No one, I'm telling you, if Ukraine was on the other side of the fence at this battle, no one would consider that a success. But Russia does consider it a success because they need to ballyhoo it as a success in order for Putin to puff up his reputation farther about them winning this war, so that after his coronation on the 17th of March, he can call another massive mobilization of people to build a bigger army of orcs so that they can do this sort of thing again. Ad infinitum.
We're having a
Go ahead.
host connection warning. We're having a host connection warning. So I have attempted to sort that out, but if we crash, that'll be why.
Okay. Yep. Thanks. Yeah. So the losses in Avdiivka to Russia would not be considered. Most people would not consider that a significant victory if they took those sorts of losses to take this territory that they have. But Russia, of course, will ballyhoo it as a major success. And as I said before, this was entirely preventable had Ukraine not had all of the ammunition that it requires, because as we've been saying forever, they need more equipment, but also they need that equipment not to run out of ammunition, because Russia will do this, folks. They will attack like this. They do not care about human lives. They do not care what it costs them in armored fighting vehicles. They will rush directly at an enemy until that enemy can no longer fire at them or is out of bullets or overwhelmed, their gun jams or whatever, and then they will overwhelm them that way. It's a 10-to-1 advantage that they were talking about in these attacks once they got up close. But the Ukrainians acquitted themselves very well, appear to have withdrawn successfully, even though the Russian telegram channels are going to tell you that it was all disjointed and they got all tore up. Note the fact that they only ever refer to one video, and then look at the wealth of video that is available to show. To the point where you'll be sick to your stomach watching it. Russians attacking and dying, trying to take Avdiivka day and night, the entire time until they got it. It's an incredible thing to see in this day and age. So that's Avdiivka. I don't know if that makes you feel better or worse. That's the facts, but I don't think it's anything to feel bad about. Ukraine hasn't lost any territory that is strategically necessary for them to hold in order to prosecute the remainder of this war. And Russia hasn't gained anything that is going to provide them a jumping off point or a major advantage, other than straightening up their lines a little bit. They are, in fact, straightening their lines, and you want to do that if you're a military, because if you straighten your lines, you can control your lines with less troops, and that means you can rotate your troops more often and get them refreshed. But we know that Russia doesn't rotate their troops anyway, so I'm not sure they'll take advantage of straightening their lines the way a normal human would. But they have got an advantage there. But since that citadel of Avdiivka is so close to the city, it's just another suburb to them. But they do remove this thorn in their side that would have been a great jumping off point for Ukraine in the next advance, if there is one in that area. So that's the real loss. I think that's realistic. I don't think and the stuff that I've said to you here is either in those threads or it's also Mick Ryan and others have shared similar views. So it's not revolutionary, but it's factual and sobering, but not overall negative, folks. Switch to the next thing to win the next battle to be fought, and things like Peter had said, the really focusing on making sure the United States House and Senate finish the job on that legislation to get the funding for more ammunition and equipment going. Totally will help a lot, and the other stuff that Peter was talking about in Europe and elsewhere in the world. The tide of support is turning here, I think, and I think Peter's right. And I also think the innovation that's going on and building inside Ukraine of its own capacity, as we see with the Rheinmetall deal being announced today, that they're going to hold out and they're going to build and they're going to win regardless of how much support they get from the outside. But boy, they sure could. The world would be a lot better off if they got the support they need to finish much more quickly. Peter.
Yeah, just as you go through all the potential positive aspects, then I see the next update from the Munich Security Conference, and Colby checks in, suggesting that the figures just aren't adding up, that Europe's producing quite a bit more 155 shells. Maybe this is where Czechia, is grabbing them. But that, most of them, like 40% of all these different outputs are going to third countries, not Ukraine. So
yeah, and that's a problem. That is a serious problem, right? We're stepping on our
I mean, what do you? I so appreciate what Denmark's just doing now. It's like they're prioritizing rebuilding their own stocks at the minute. Like oh shit, like we could be under the Russian kosh soon. But it's like you don't have to if you just give the boys on the front line and the girls like everything that they need, right? Like this is still like this cognitive dissonance. That's just maddening.
Yep, treat this like they're coming for you next, and it would be a big difference. Now, I don't know if it was Christopher James or Chris Windley up next, but I'm going to go with the co-host because he's a co-host. Christopher James, how are you, sir?
Good morning, sir. No, I was just going to say if you had make sure you get that nest backed up because host connection and your nest goes down, what happens.
Yeah, I spend about 20 minutes crying because my beautiful.
I know.
Nest,
I don't like to see that. To be too many days this week of seeing that. No, you're all good. Actually, if you you know what I wanted to say though, aside from you being right, which I'm sure you appreciate that coming from me. Not on anything particular. Just pick a topic. It could be. It'll probably be okay. At least for the last 48 hours of your conversations. So you'll note that David Cameron got out there and got out in front of, and he's been in front of a lot of his detractors all throughout this from when he was appointed or accepted the position. And I don't know exactly how it works over there. Was he confirmed like we do here, or was he just stuck in the position after he said, "Yeah, sure, I'll take it"? whatever it was. He's been ahead of his tractors. I've been really impressed with that. I also have noted that during the Munich thing that's still going on, that he's also out there, and he's really seriously banging on the drum for the coalition, right? So basically, he's out in front there for Five Eyes, and given the fact that Avdiivka fell and he was out there, I think it gave Biden the cover needed to have the strength of statements that he's been making. I'm just gonna. I think that helps Biden in some ways, and it does not hurt, obviously, at all. And certainly, getting Biden out there to make some more, I don't know, forceful summations of the situation and pointing the finger directly at Congress and saying, you know what, it's your fault that these guys lost. And that's pretty.
But also, Chris, so I like pointing that out, but also, don't you think that Biden could more easily use that and the death of Navalny, if he wants to, conflate those things together, to say, look, Russia is bad. Why don't you voluntarily get on board with this so I don't have to paint you as Moscow Mike and whatever? Why doesn't he convince him that right should win out on that basis, maybe too? But I absolutely agree. I would lash them if he needs to.
Yeah, no, I get it. He did make actually two separate statements, right? So yes, could the dots be connected between them? Sure, absolutely. I don't know whether or not that makes any sense in people's minds so much. I don't know. I haven't given that much thought. It's a good idea. I perhaps will noodle on that, but I'm just I'm also buoyed in some respects to see the vice president also out there, and because it hasn't really been a particularly terrific tour of duty for her, unfortunately, and I think they're realizing that it's a bit of a stone around the millstone around the neck kind of thing with this, and we'll need to have a little bit better visibility out there. I'm sure that behind the scenes it's amazing. I'm sure that future the education that everybody is getting in the Biden administration, for all of those people that are young and up and coming and look up to him, I think it's amazing. For the older hands that have been hanging around for a while, they're lucky their boss enjoys their company, I guess, in some ways, or has a soft spot or a loyaltiness, and maybe that they're just happen to be more I don't know, truthful with him around the scenes, because their performance has been less than ideal. No naming names, but oh, and the other thing I like to see was what's his name, and Zelensky together. The guy from Warnock. That I thought was a great picture. And that's all I got. So back to you.
Thanks, Christopher. Yeah, I don't know that we're going to get him to do it, but there's a lot that could be done right now by Joe Biden to both use the bully pulpit, and I think he also needs to get creative in moving on helping Ukraine, even if Congress, on the expectation that Congress delays things, because there are things he could do, political risk, all that sort of stuff, but be painted as a bad guy or whatever, however they're going to use it. But there are things he could do, and here's why I think I don't think Navalny was a great guy. I don't think I don't think he would be a great leader of Russia. I think he was a very good at some things that he did, particularly his pointing out the anti-corruption things. But I absolutely, positively don't believe the man deserved to die by the state's hand, and I don't. and I don't want Russia to use his death negatively. So I think it would be I have zero problem with all the politicians in the world, all the liberal Democrats, painting him as more of the embodiment of ideals than he would otherwise have been in reality. I have no problem with them doing that with him in death, because he'll never take power. And if they can use it as a tool to motivate people to mess Putin's shit up, then more power to them. More power to them. I mean, and is it not important in the disinformation space to make sure that they use the memory of Navalny so that Russia can't take it away from them as an issue by making it an issue themselves the way they have? And I'll note that they need to do that on the international stage, because Navalny's having zero effect inside the country, really. I mean, there's there've been a few hundred, maybe more than 100, but I would say not more than 200 in the major cities around Russia itself. There have been quiet protests that are individuals doing it and taking the risk, and brave individuals they are, much as Navalny himself was brave to return to Russia, even though I think he miscalculated that quite heavily. I think there was bravery on his respects, and there's bravery of these people protesting. But look at how incredibly good Russia's crushing of dissent, eliminating in a very slow and methodical manner the enemies of the state, so that they don't even get remembered, the way that they want. They can't be used by people. I mean, Navalny's message to his followers in that documentary they made about him that won the Academy Award. His message to his followers hasn't been followed at all by people in Russia. Sure, there's lots of protests in European capitals, but that's essentially us protesting that they've killed a guy that's like us, which, is a little bit debatable, but I'll allow it, as I say. But large protests of tens and hundreds of thousands of people outside Russia for Navalny is not what's required. What's required is, as he said, for people to continue to show bravery and do something about the Russian regime themselves. That's what he said, not me. They need to do that. They need to carry on after he's dead, if they revered him at all. But they either don't, or they are so repressed that they are not planning to do anything about his call in that way, and he will be forgotten inside Russia within weeks, months, whatever. That's what I see, sadly, when I look at the situation with Navalny. And I hope Joe Biden, Anthony Albanese, these people who are picking up Navalny and using it as a political tool to win an argument at a time. Great, win the argument about why you need to do more about Russia, because they're killing off people like Navalny and all the other stuff. I mean, hell, I thought genocide would do it for you, but whatever. If Navalny does it to turn the United States Congress around, so be it. I don't mind, as long as they start moving along with what they need to do. And then, as Peter pointed out, folks, once we start building a capacity so that we can supply Ukraine with stuff, don't be selling it to other people. They are your second customer now. Your first customer has to be the folks who are going to die if they don't get it. Because I don't want to see more Avdiivkas. I don't want to see more of that shit. Even though Russia lost a whole lot more than Ukraine did. That just means we move to another town. I don't want to do this in more towns, 20 towns, 30 more towns. That's the problem here. But I don't want to do this anymore.
I have I don't mean to break the flow here, but I have a question. So when you're saying, like, I get the slow, methodical breakdown of the will of the people, the removal of dissent, the people that fled Russia. I get it. Why isn't the because I don't think Navalny made it to the meat and potatoes people in Russia, just like what we're seeing the meat and potatoes people in France exercising their rights to protest almost always. The ones in Poland are being coerced into, becoming pawns, but they are the meat and potatoes kind of portion of the electorate. And I just don't see him connecting with that in Russia, and that seems to be where you would have to have the impetus come from for these protests. I just thought I would add that. I don't know what you think of it. I'm sorry, Windley. I don't mean to step over you.
No. Look, man, I think that's cut in anytime. I have zero problem with that. Yeah, I don't think he's a Boris Nemtsov. I really don't. Right. I believe Navalny's appeal was more to 25 to 40-year-old people who are more tech savvy and things like that, and those people aren't gonna hit the streets and win a revolution. You got to have somebody who would look after corruption, maybe like Navalny was on about, but so was Nemtsov. But Nemtsov knew more about the economics of people's daily lives, I think, and could reach folks better, which is why he got killed on the street. I mean, they weren't even going to take any chances with him. I think you can essentially see, based on a person's isolation, disappearance, and then death, who Russia is threatened by the most. So yeah, I don't see, nor do I see anybody really, Chris. Do you? I don't see anybody in Russia who is going to magnetize and generates protests at all inside Russia against this regime, because that's why I wanted to point out how few people showed up, folks. This is bloody Navalny. They had an Academy Award-winning documentary about the guy, and he couldn't generate more than a handful of people across major cities in Russia. That's not a group of people that's ready to rise up and throw off their oppressor at all. It isn't. Chris? Sorry, Chris Windley. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, so I put out a tweet actually yesterday, basically saying that this was Putin's biggest mistake to take out Navalny, right? And because I think there actually is a really direct link here, and the really direct link is that Putin will kill or genocide any person or any country that even slightly disagrees with him. Will even slightly disagrees, right? And that is to me a really direct point. And I actually see people, not necessarily in Russia, picking up on it, but I see a lot of people picking up on this around the world, and that, how important and influential they are. I don't know. I mean, I know, I also know, obviously, that Ukrainians are like getting upset with it. Some of them, like, what we don't like this guy. He's as bad as the other one, and all the rest of it, which I understand. But the point is that if it resonates, as you said, Will, if it resonates with some other people, it's like I said to Mockers yesterday. Some people don't seem to be worried about the genocide of humans and children, but maybe they are with cats and dogs and that. Well, okay, maybe they will be with Navalny as well. And actually, I think that is working. So I think you're right. Right. I think that Biden needs to use this as much as he can, and Avdiivka, and the point on that. On Avdiivka, what I was going to try and make was, I think, Mockers, I'm right in saying that you read out yesterday a report by a Russian who was actually, and I saw it in a YouTube video a bit later on, and it basically was a Russian saying, "You think this is victory? This is no victory. If you were there, you would know that this was no victory. It cost us very, very, very dear." I think I heard you read something like that out, Marcus, and I think it was from a Russian. So there may be some Russians that are, as you say, ballyhooing, Will, right? But there are other Russians that are going, "Huh, what a price we paid for this, us that were actually there."
Yep. Yep, totally agree. And you know, the next time we have some folks who've actually been on the pointy end of it, John Spencer or Chuck here, I will ask them directly whether or not, looking at the details of losses and gains in relation to Avdiivka, whether or not, if they were in the Russian shoes, would they consider that a victory, given all that they know now? And you know, we'll see what they say. But I agree with that. Obviously, that sentiment, obviously, too, Chris. Jenny.
The people that would have been able to rise up and overthrow the government, I think they already left Russia. There was a
Yeah, I know. Some live with me.
Yeah, so you had a massive brain drain within the first 6 months of the invasion. Like people were, I don't remember how long the line was from like for one of the border controls into Finland. And when Europe, like all of the border, most of the border countries, I think all of them, we shut down the borders for Russians to come in. We would take in other nationalities, but not Russians. But the smart people left. And what you have left is, how can I say this without sounding like extremely rude, but you know, like inbred rednecks or vodka necks, I guess. They're the ones that are still
Just call
there.
them troglodytes.
Yeah, inbred troglodytes. They're not even troglodytes, they're inbred ones. And they're the ones that are still there. And these people don't have the capacity. And how many people did Putin kill off? We were making jokes about don't install Russian windows.
400,000, and we're up to 410,000.
No, I'm
today.
talking about his closest cronies. He killed like, I think that just under during 2022, he killed off 15 of his closest friends. We made jokes about this. Don't install Russian windows because you keep falling out and dying from it. And there were like others that he just like put down in a bog. And so if you kill off your 15 of your closest supporters, and when he took out Prigozhin, that should have been another wake up calls for everybody else. He poisoned what's his name, Abramovich, whatever, the guy that was living in London and had Chelsea, and he was the guy that was like his pretty much now his right hand, and this is a guy that he decided to poison. So that anybody that is left there, they don't have, I don't think that they have it in them to rise up against this evil. It is going to be arming Ukraine, pushing them out, and anybody who dares talk about like we should make an off ramp for Putin so he can save his face. No, shame him. He deserves to be flogged in the open square. He should own up to the crap that he has done, the suffering that he has put on the Russian people and the Ukrainians and everything else that he touches. He is so evil. No,
Plus, it isn't just him, Jenny, isn't it? Russia
No.
has to literally be humiliated in this war so that it recognizes in its core that you can't attack your neighbors. It's part of the whole learning exercise they need to go through, I think.
Yeah, and I think that because this is the thing that I talk about all the time. Whenever I hear this, like, oh, Putin deserves an off ramp, he needs to save face. Save face for what? The guy needs to be held accountable. You do not, and this is the way I raise my sons. If you F up, you fess up, you do better, and you take the consequences. If you can't handle, like, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. And he has done the crime, and it's time he pays up. So, yeah, sorry for being passionate, but that pisses me off more than anything else when people talk about off ramps.
Yep, no off ramp. I wrote on April 1st or something, 2022, my take on off ramps, and it was very similar to yours. Casper, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to make you think a little bit about the price of protesting in Western countries, which probably most of us live in, versus autocratic countries. In our countries, we don't risk anything. Maybe even, yeah, people at work will say, "Oh, you are so, there is so much courage in you. Yeah, you're so courageous." Guys, let's be sincere and face it. Protesting in Western countries price is basically nothing. It's only your maybe your voice that you are gonna break, and that's it. When you protest in Russia, when you protest in Iran, you risk broken bones, you risk no job, you risk many, many, many other things, and still we see a few people still going out. Yes, it's not enough for the change, but even so, even if they know it's not enough for the real change, because the real change can only be through violence, real war on the streets when people don't go home for the night. And I would like you to remind that there's been times when Ukraine was also under the rule of KGB. And back then, they didn't protest if URSS attacked some, Czechoslovakia or whatever. Maybe there was a few, but again, few, not the majority. All the French protests that go on for, I don't know, for 2 days are not worth even. I know people that burned themselves. There was one journalist, I forgot her name, but she basically got so terrorized by the state that she went in front of the KGB institution and burned herself. Other people have been persecuted even for a fewer things, for a white paper. This thing doesn't happen to us, so it's very easy to judge from our perspective. But if you would put yourself really in their place, I would be very curious how many of us would really be ready to shed blood, because that's the only way you can actually do the things in such regimes. Even so, there are people who know people are not ready for this. Yeah, it's a good question. What can incite really them? Because maybe Navalny, when Navalny just flew back in, the people just gathered around the airport. It was full. If they would land the plane in that airport, which was full, I can't really imagine the Navalny being escorted. I think there would be fucking crazy fight in that airport, like it was in Makhachkala. Yeah, it wasn't a problem in Makhachkala. I think it can be not a problem in Moscow. But they let the plane arrive in a different location and then quickly go to the jail and so on. Maybe we can say it was a mistake. But it's easy to judge from today's perspective. Navalny probably would be able to ignite the violent protest. And the Nemtsov, why he was killed faster, why he was killed before Navalny, let's say, is because Nemtsov actually put very big focus on the war that is starting in Ukraine. While, for Navalny, let's say, he didn't speak too much about it when, let's say, it started. While Nemtsov said, hey guys, the Putin has the main target to keep the power. And for that, he's not only going to sacrifice our people, he's going to sacrifice our neighbors. So just think about that, the price of protesting, and those people still go out. Think if you really should make fun of them, or
we're not making fun of them, Casper.
Of course, yeah, but minimizing their effort, because I really don't think many in the West would be able to do the same.
I thought they were incredibly brave, as was Navalny. But as you just said, I don't believe there is. They could build a number of those people that could affect any protest, any violent protest, overturn anything. However, what do you think about this, Casper? I do think that if they want to heed Navalny's advice and carry on in something, in his vein, I think there's a lot of internal withdrawal of efficiency, stopping work slowdowns, sabotaging of things of the state to keep the state from prosecuting the war. A movement could start underground in Russia to honor Navalny if they wanted to do that, or Nemtsov or whoever, and take back their country. But it couldn't be protest on the street, I don't think. But the one thing they can do that I encourage all Russians to do, find a way not to go vote on the 15th of March. Find a way to get out of it. Be sick that day, miss the bus, be in the bathroom with the bus that collects everybody from your workplace and takes them down to vote. Hide from voting. Make sure that turnout is very, very low, because that's the only protest you can do against Putin that you're not going to get smacked on the head for. What do you think about that, Casper?
To be fair, I'm not sure that's quite the way. I would rather call for them to turn on these elections as the only way to gather masses of people without actually getting arrested. It's a legal way to gather people. So, Khodorkovsky says, "Oh, everybody come to 12 o'clock and then we ride there Navalny." No, the problem must be put more simple. We get there at 12 o'clock and we never leave. Basically, that's it. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's just a dictatorship. He got the power by paper. That's why he keeps this tradition, because otherwise he's afraid. Yeah, that things might go wrong. Beside that, yeah, it's I think for the most part it's also hard for these countries to change, because we don't really see the West as a beacon of light. Before West could correct such dictators. Now we don't see these things, so it's really questionable why would Putin become one of us. Peaceful, like Western. Then how he will deal with bad boys? It's easier to be the best from president of terrorists than just another vote in European Parliament or whatever. Yeah, maybe we should be stronger than these kind of dictatorships won't arise that fruitfully around the world. Thank you.
Thanks, Casper. And the other thing I'll note is it's interesting to me, given the violence and repression of the regimes, the number of Iranians exceeds on a percentage basis significantly the people who would protest in Russia. So there's something to that as well, because they're both repressive regimes, but one has people that are willing to literally die for the right to say they want the government to change. Jenny, go ahead.
You actually highlighted one point. Ioana, who is one of the co-hosts sometimes, have her tell you the story of how the revolution started in Romania. It doesn't start. It starts with one person that grows into a secret society, and once you have enough people, you take it to the streets. Solidaritet in Poland, you have that as well. That was an uprising, and it started well before the Soviet Union fell, when Poland was still under the boot of Kremlin. Poland is actually quite amazing. If you look at the Warsaw Uprising in 1944, when the Polish people had had enough of being, for 5 years, they had been under the boot of the Nazi regime that tried to take over the country, because they kind of pushed out the Russians. And, it started with the people getting fed up. And when it comes to the Eastern European countries that actually did revolutions, that have done it, that have overthrown these unjust government leaders that they have had, it starts with a small group that grows bigger and bigger. And this is something that Ioana talks about all the time. It starts with a small group, and once that group becomes large enough to where the fear of the government stops being an issue, this is when you have change. And I don't understand why you don't see that in Russia. Why you don't have enough people talking together, because I've seen it done in other countries across Eastern Europe. I'm not talking about the West. I'm talking about the East. There are others that have, but we don't see it in Russia. And that is sad to me, because I believe that Russia could be amazing. It is a huge, rich country that is being oppressed, and the people are being abused by by their leaders. And Putin is the worst. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. Yeah, great input. I agree with virtually every bit of that. Flock Tyrant, you go ahead.
Hello, guys. I don't usually swear, but this made me mad as hell. And I really want to swear. First of all, I do agree with Jenny, and it's not only a few countries here and there. This is as old as tyranny itself. People back in the day, they used to write poetry, they used to write letters, secret letters, encoded letters. They had underground, whisperings, and they used to wear brooches that had symbolisms that dedicated who belongs to where. But that is the reaction to the action of a country being in tyranny. Now, what happened? What happened was something happened, and they turned into a tyranny. So there's a pre-action to that action. So how did these people end up in a dictatorship? They allowed it. All the Russians, every single citizen there, they allowed it. They didn't rise up at the right time, at the right moment to topple Vladimir Putin that many years ago. There was protests many years ago that were going on. They didn't take advantage of it. And when people talk about, oh, let's think about the Russians, or there are one or two brave Russians that go to prison. So what? I mean, at the end of the day, there has been hundreds, maybe thousands of people that are dying in Ukraine, civilians, as well as soldiers, and we're sitting here thinking about Russians. Fuck that. There's people dying in there, and we're gonna excuse Russians. It's on them. They led their society. The society let that tyrant, that government of theirs, to reign on them, to repress them, and they you're telling me a bunch of people can't get together with the same voice? I'm sorry, it doesn't happen that way. And we in the West, we're kind of forgetting that people have power, and the only thing that stops people from having power is unity. When people unite, they can overthrow any government, they can do whatever they want, but they have to have that cause, they have to have that unity. And if we forget it, we're going to turn into the likes of Russia, the likes of China, and the likes of Iran. And to argue the point further, see what happens in Iran. After they've been in dictatorship since 1970s, and yet they go onto the streets, they risk everything, they risk being shot in the eye, yeah, mass protest because they stood up for one girl dying at the hands of the police. And Russians, they sit at home and think, oh, it's not my problem. Oh, I'll stay out of politics. What is that? What kind of moron are you? Is that you don't have a backbone to stand up for your family, for your friends, for your people,
Well,
for
for a
your
better
whole
way of
village?
life for everybody, right? Not just
Exactly.
yourself, but everybody.
Exactly. So now the whole world the whole world, yeah, people in Gaza that are dying, people in Ukraine that are dying, are on the hands of Russia or the influence of Russia. Yeah, there's another war about to start in Armenia against Azerbaijan. There was another war in Kosovo against Serbians that influenced by Russians. There's Africans that are suffering in there at the hands of wankers or wanga or wakna or wankers. Sorry, wankers. I'm sorry. We can't have this narrative of people coming up and saying, "Oh, they are brave Russians." No, all Russians, they need to be humiliated to the point where they realize it, that it's their responsibility, especially for a country that was, not is, that was a superpower. Okay? So imagine, it's like saying, imagine Americans, they turn vile and they go on every single country and press a nuke on every single country, and we'll be like, oh, but there are some non-MAGA people that they're protesting here and there. Oh, there's only one or two people that are raising a white flag. But what can we do? Because Trump won the presidency and he became a dictator, and we can't do anything about it. No, it's your responsibility. And I've seen Russians on this channel, and they go on Twitter and they mock this channel. Yeah, they mock this channel. Do you even understand that all we're doing here is point out the obvious? All we do here is point facts and fight disinformation. And you've got actual Russians that they listen to us. They don't have the guts to come and speak to us and debate. To some extent, even the Palestinians, at least they come up on Twitter and they tell you they are the terrorists that they are, or they tell you that they think this way or that way. The Russians don't even have the balls to come up in here and debate with any of us, with me, with Will, with Marcus, whoever. Nobody talks. We don't even know what they're thinking. That's how bad it is. And we should excuse them for what? For what?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to me, flock tyrants. You've either got to vote with your feet, ages ago. Like I personally have helped a dozen Russians immigrate from Russia, and or you've got to work to change the system. But the statements that you made, oh, I don't get involved in politics, and there's nothing I can do. I can't tell you how many times I heard those very words way back in the early 2000s, right? When I was asking people in Russia when I lived there, why aren't you trying to take control of this drift into single party state under United Russia and the absolute joke of elections? And they were like, well, I try to stay out. I want to stay out of politics and all that sort of stuff. Because I agree with you, right? And I have had hard conversations with all of my Russian friends about the fact that you've got to own it. You definitely own a Russian citizen. Every Russian citizen owns this war. You own the government that did this for you on your behalf. And this is why I point out that this is why I pointed out. I don't think Russia's ready for an uprising. I think there were a few brave people that want to make statements themselves, and they're willing to take that risk for whatever. But I don't think the society as a whole, because there's too many people that are willing to go along or actually want to gain something from it in this weird trap they get in mentality that it's better, or people that just aren't willing to do anything. And if you're not willing to do anything, you still own the results of what your government's doing. you still own it. You've got to own it. And so when sanctions are on after the war and all the other pain, touch me on your own time. Fix your government before you'll be let back into the world as a polite member of society, would be my opinion. Has always been in relation to Russia as when this war is over. But obviously the first thing is we've got to arm the living shit out of Ukraine so that they can finish the war. Peter Hederley, welcome.
Good morning, Will and Mockers. How you doing? Interesting discussion, especially what Jenny just said about uprisings in Poland and elsewhere, particularly in Eastern Europe. Yet there hasn't been one in Russia. And first of all, I 100% agree with you that the Russian population are effectively responsible. It's not, they can't wash their hands of it. And secondly, it goes without saying that Russia has to be defeated and seen to be defeated, for a precedent for how we govern the world going forward. But the interesting question is, why hasn't this happened in Russia? And it more or less has happened everywhere else except China. And I think we need to understand this because we need to try and stop it repeating in future. And I think one of the things that is different about Russia compared to some of the Eastern European states where you have, including Ukraine, by the way, where a corrupt government has been ousted by people power, and I'm referring to 2014 and Yanukovych. The difference with Russia, I think, is that it's got such a money machine, or that the state, which has basically been hijacked by a bunch of criminals, namely Putin and the KGB cronies, has got such a massive money machine in the oil and gas revenues that it's been able to, firstly, buy off people absolutely left, right, and centre, politicians, businessmen, anybody of influence. It turns out, surprise, surprise, is on the bloody Russian payroll in one way or another, in all countries, almost throughout the world, and particularly in America and Europe, where it's economically, Russia's economic agenda lies. And secondly, the repression in Russia and the disinformation in Russia is both on a different level, even than Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was bad, really bad, but in Russia it's just all consuming, and the net result appears to have been you've got a certain percentage, 50%, maybe less, maybe more, I don't know, who are just totally brainwashed and are organs of this bloody terrorist criminal state. And you've got another 50%, again, maybe more, maybe less, who knows, who probably understand what's going on, maybe have some doubts, but don't trust the government. Very, very few Russians fully trust the government, except those who are totally brainwashed. But because the state has got its tentacles everywhere, it knows every member of your family. It weaponizes, employment and state benefits and medical care and everything, and it just represses and terrorizes people into inaction, and that's a deliberate policy. I think it's not accidental, and unfortunately, it's been able to do that very effectively. There were demonstrations in 2011 with a white ribbon, and they wobbled the Kremlin. I think this was when just before Putin was getting re-elected in 2012, and that they weren't sort of mass demonstrations, but they were big enough to sort of create waves in the Kremlin. And then you got a whole load more legislation about not having assemblies, more unauthorized assemblies, more than 4 people, and just another crackdown on any kind of demonstrations. So I'm certainly not trying to excuse the Russian people for not taking matters into their own hands and having a revolution. After all, Russia has a history of revolutions, and we need another one. But it's helpful to understand, well, why hasn't this happened in Russia when really it ought to have done, given the situation and the circumstances. And if you sort of transpose that forward onto China, where again they've got the economic muscle to repress and control their population, and now they've got a bloody facial recognition technology, and they're weaponizing that against their own population in the future. You know, that's one of the reasons why we need to crack this Russia and Ukraine thing, which is actually very easy to crack vis-a-vis China for the future. You know, I think that's my thoughts. But just to be clear, I'm certainly not excusing the Russian population. They are responsible, and there's an onus on them, particularly given the horrific consequences of their regime and their inaction. You know, and how many Ukrainians are dying, and even how many Russians are dying. You know, in the current situation, it's just unimaginable that we could have got to this situation. But that is it. Anyway, that's a few thoughts from me. Don't know if anybody agrees, disagrees, whatever.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Live Sniper.
Yeah, thank you. As a Finn, I must say that although I'm a Finn, I agree with what Jenny said regarding this not understanding why the Russians don't.
Did we
Jenny?
lose you? I lost him as well.
Yeah.
Yes, so did I.
Live Sniper, are you still there?
Okay, I'll drop down.
No, recycle, and we'll bring you right back up. In the meantime, Casper, go ahead.
Can you let Fuck Terence and I will be after him? Sorry.
I certainly can. Flock, proceed.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Yanin put it a lot better than I did. But it just maddens me that people are willing to exercise the idea that not all Russians are bad, and etc. etc. I think they have a responsibility. Every country has a responsibility to keep the governments in check, because otherwise that leads into wars. And China is another example. And China is going to be a much worse adversary, because I don't think there'll be any protests in China either. All the bad things that are happening, that Chinese are doing covertly, you don't see any Chinese communicating to the outside world at all. So they're even more repressed, and they've got even more numbers than Russians. They're like 2 or 3 times the size of Russia, maybe more, if not 10 times. God knows how many people they've got, how many bots they can generate that can disseminate our media or even our messages. We can't have a NAFO against China. So it's going to be a lot worse, and it's all because the population is docile. The population don't see anything wrong with the Uyghurs being killed, or the population doesn't see anything wrong with invading Taiwan. The population itself doesn't see anything wrong by going to America and creating all this chaos. I'm sorry. I mean, like, the people are responsible, and if they don't sort out the governments, guess what? The rest of the world is going to jump in and says, well, we can't have this forever. We tried the diplomacy, and war is the only answer. And that's how it happens, because people stay docile. They don't have the guts to rise up to their own government to say enough is enough. This is wrong. And I hope that we in UK, in America, we don't forget that people have power, and we need to stop the likes like Trump is trying to become a dictator, and the likes of the guy from Hungary. That it's disgusting. All these things that are happening are because people are too afraid to rise up or to stand up for something, and we're kind of slowly forgetting that. So I'm willing to debate with Casper. But that narrative needs to stop, because all Russians are responsible. When you're docile citizen, you are responsible for what your government does to other people.
Yeah, and all of our government, all of us. This is what I've been, bashing all the liberal democracies. Literally, I'm an equal opportunity abuser, my country included. That us not acting in a timely fashion when something like this happens, we've all become way too complacent, and we're all looking at each other like, oh, the Brits will do it, or oh, the Americans will solve it, or whatever. Everybody needs to lift their game, and my country, maybe not most of all, but damn near most of all, frankly, because I expect a lot more from my country, um, and especially when it literally promises to deliver significantly more, and then it doesn't. It's very, very frustrating. Live Sniper, you've joined us again. I forget where you were. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know what you heard about what I said, but anyway, I just want to say that although I'm a Finn, I agree with Jenny as a Swede regarding what she said. But she posed a question. We just make a statement, and the question is really why the Russians have not, or what would it take to the Russians to go to the streets? And the first question, why? Don't they know, or don't they care, or don't they dare? And it would be nice to hear from some native Russian some insight to the Russian mindset. Like, you can't generalize a whole nation, but basically there's a certain culture of acting in a society, and I really don't understand how much will they still take, because it's been complete bullshit like decades already. And when will they have enough? And what is keeping them from okay, officially it's they get to jail or whatever, but in any other country I think there would have already been mass protests all over the place if the people would have been treated like that. Thanks.
Yeah, it is incomprehensible. I wish I knew more about this from living there for the years that I did, but wow, I just don't have an insight on what it would take to cause them. Because before things got dire, I heard the answers that people just wanted to stay out of it and look after. This is why I keep coming back to venal self-interest. The propaganda machine of the Soviet Union and then Russia, even though under the Soviet Union, it's supposed to be pure socialism, right? And the state's all important, that sort of thing. The truth is, the message the population has always gotten from the Soviet and then the Russian propaganda, along with their treatment by the governmental system, is just look after yourself. You're on your own. You can't trust the government. The government's not here to do anything that is going to be your benefit. You should be very distrustful of the government because they're going to use information against you. And the best thing you can do is just look after yourself and your family. And by actually that being the effect that it had, um, it's virtually impossible to get Russians to get together in common interest, as I think Jenny mentioned, a common ideal. Yeah, I unfortunately I wish I could see it somewhere. I don't see it. I don't see it anywhere. Although it probably exists in some of the little oblasts or autonomous krais, whatever, where those regions are still made up of large portions of the populations that lived there uh, a long time ago, and they still have something that they could coalesce around to call a national identity. Maybe Bashkortostan, right? When that activist got arrested in Bashkortostan and was standing trial, they got 10,000 people spontaneously to show up at his trial because I think they have a bit of a national identity there to coalesce around with a cause like that might cause the government some concern, which of course it did. Right? It reinforced the Oman, the police, Rosguardia poured in there. They shut down internet communication with the and telephone and SMS communication in that provinces and the ones adjacent to it. This is a phenomenally repressive regime. Yet the phenomenally repressive regime of Iran regularly has. I mean, they executed more people this week, folks. There are people willing to die for the future of people they don't even know in Iran. But you just don't see that. I have never seen that in Russia. I've never seen it. I think, you're talking 70, 80 years of the propaganda and the system so making people just concerned about their own well-being that once their well-being was told that it would be secured by Putin if they just gave up control of everything, they said, yep, fine with me. But in doing that, I 100% agree with Flock Tyrants. I 100% agree that in making that trade with Putin, you just give me ultimate control and your life will always get better. That social contract means they own Putin. They own him. So there's no getting away with that. The people who have come up here, and some of them do, Flock Tyrants, we periodically had people come in. Vera from Los Angeles, from Oakland comes to mind, who came in and accused Ming and I of not understanding anything about Russia because we never lived there, without meeting us before, which was probably a poor move on her part, her failing to do her research. But she tried to put this story ahead that, well, it's not the common people, it's just Putin, and oh my God, it was the most bizarre confabulation that might sell at a Los Angeles cocktail party to somebody, but doesn't stand up to 1 second of critical scrutiny at all. Flock Tyrants, off to you.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like I said, I've checked Twitter, and there was this one guy in particular. He was mocking MriyaReport, and it shows that he's listening to us, but he doesn't have the balls to come up and debate with us, let alone start a revolution. I mean, that's how mad I feel about this. There's a lot of Russians. That's not the only one. A lot of Russians are coming here, they listen, and they don't even have the balls to come and talk to us. Talk. I'm not talking about starting a revolution and risking life. It's having a talk in a anonymous way where nobody can find out, not the government, nobody, even if you're in Russia. Not only that, but even free Russians in Western world, anywhere in the world that they're not in Russia, they probably have protections so they don't get sent back to Russia. They don't even come up in here and debate with us and talk to us. So that's how bad it is. So I think we're past the point to think that there are good Russians in Russia or anything is going to turn out good in Russia or a revolution is going to happen. I don't think it will happen. And the last thing I wanted to mention is in my country, which is Albania, it was in a dictatorship of 50 years. 50 years, and people were made just as docile. They couldn't dare to speak up, even to criticize the government at the time or the dictator. So even your relative, even your own brother, could be the spy that went and told on the government officials to say he's thinking about this or thinking about that, or he's being critical about you, etc., etc. And what happens? The brother gets sent off to a gulag type of situation, right, or equivalent. So they're sent off to the mountains or in hardship, where that is used as a message to the rest of the population that if you do, this is what will happen to you. And many people still did it. There were many brave people that still did it. The whole 50 years, there were examples after examples of people just standing up, raising their voice. They used to write secret letters to each other to try and gather and have some kind of resistance. Some of them get caught out and then were prosecuted, and some of them were killed, but they took the risk. Why? Because they wanted a better future for the kids. They wanted a better future than the ones that they were seeing. I mean, for God's sake, I can tell you other stories where they would think that the leader of the government at the time, he was the bravest, and he was some ridiculous notions that he was this super god or superhuman. That's how bad it was. And if you dare to speak against him, he will not only take you, he will take you everything your father or grandfather, everything you grandfather, all the children, grandchildren, he will take them all and put them on those gulag type of situation. So that way, that spreads the fear in such way that even one person on your whole entire family tree goes rogue, everybody suffers. So it's everybody around you is going to be the spy, because they don't want to go on that hardship and deal with your nonsense. At least one of them is going to be the guy who rats you out. So you have to be 100,000,000% sure that the person you're talking to, you can absolutely trust, even to write a letter or to write it in such way that is critical of the government, let alone starting revolutions. So my point is in that country with such repression, there were still brave people who were willing to sacrifice themselves for a greater good. And you do not see that in Russia, and you don't see it by Russians, for Russians. It doesn't happen. They don't even come on this channel, which is harmless, and raise their hand and say, and come and talk to me or any of you and say, maybe we're wrong. There's a void, complete void.
Thanks, Flock. Yeah, I mean, I suspect that the Russians who would be in Russia would be afraid to use. Well, I don't think they can use Twitter. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure Twitter was shut down. But they'd be too afraid that they'd be surveilled in here, because I'm relatively certain that there's one or two representatives of the Russian administration listening right now to make sure that they know what we know. Although I can't confirm that, but I have a sneaking suspicion that's true. Casper, now Oyvind, I'm going to bring Oyvind in again. He fell out last time. We'll keep trying, Oyvind, and get you up in a second, and I'll go right to you once we get you. But go ahead, Casper.
Thank you. So to the question why they didn't protest all these years, the answer is like this: the laws, the restrictive laws, were introduced very, very slowly and very, very carefully, and all the people's hate or for the regime was accurately measured all the time. So they all the time knew when to let the pressure out a little bit and when is the moment to put the bolt on a knot even tighter. For example, there was also laws that were introduced officially promoting one thing, but in the end being used as a repressive tool. For example, defending of religious sentiment or something like this, feelings. Basically, in the beginning, it was introduced as a way to lower interethnic hate. Yeah, but later they started to be used. Oh, you make a photo on Instagram with your butt cheeks visible on the background of a church. Well, I'm sorry, girl, you're going to jail for a couple of years. Things like this. So there was explosions of hate, and they can probably be seen there are Bolotnoye, there are things like this. But look, I will give you a different perspective. I will tell you that, for example, Dmitry Medvedev had a chance to ignite a protest, to take down Putin, because he was at least on the exterior side, he was a liberal. Yeah, things changed. Now he's just a talking puppet that is excusing every genocide crime possible. But you must understand that since the fall of the communism, up to some point, the power in the state got concentrated, and then there was no repressions for the most part. It was the first two reigns of Putin. Yeah. So it was all very slowly and just a fight with criminality. That's why all the people say, "Oh, Putin is so good. Putin increased our life." Maybe if Putin left the country after the second time, maybe he would be even praised as a hero. But he decided to abuse the laws of his own country. Look, there are very many Westerners who also say, "Oh, Zelensky is a faggot. Oh, Ukrainians are this and that." And even on this platform, the owner of this platform is basically promoting a narrative: just lay down and die, and because your noises are disturbing me. Yeah, basically it's like this. So why we don't see, for example, violent protests in our countries, for example, because of some terrorist crimes, or for example, better example, that we don't give the weapons to Ukraine. Everybody here in this channel agrees that if Ukraine won't get the weapons they need, we are next. Now, and it can be Moldova can be next, it can be Poland, it can be Estonia, it can be Finland, it can be whatever. Well, I don't see any violent protests. Peaceful, yeah, I don't see any violent. And we look at our leaders, what they do? They do nothing. Only now when they are losing Avdiivka, I feel a little bit guilty. Maybe we can find some artillery. In America, they don't even care. Both parties use it as a talking point in their narratives. They use it only to blame the another side. So yet we see, for example, Europeans fight when it's fight with their government when it's about the money. Farmers or some I don't know rights that are already there, and there is no problem with them. But yeah, we demand rights because the government is terrorist by default and is oppressive by default, and that kind of people. So there are Russians. There is a Russian surgeon which quit his job, sold his all the stuff he had in Russia, and moved in Ukraine to help to treat local people. Is this Russian bad? Yes, he is responsible. He is 100% responsible, just like any other of them. But this responsibility in his head, he understood it, and he understood that I cannot leave being a piece of shit. I would rather go there and do what I feel that is right. So we can say about all the Russians fighting in the Ukrainian army against the Russians. Even better, I have even better example for you. There are Ukrainians that betrayed Ukraine. Hundreds of them. Hundreds. Just like there is a guy making interviews with Russian
I'm sorry.
POVs.
Where is this going?
I will tell. Yeah, it's just
going?
about to let you think about that concept that all of them are bad.
No, I don't want to hear this. It's a total bollocks. Right? Where are the Russians that are going on every news agency around the world to say this is wrong?
For example, the wife of Navalny said Putin must pay for the crimes that he did to my country and to my family. For example,
but remember, she only said that. She only said that to my country and my family. She didn't mention one word of Ukraine. She didn't mention one word of his genocidal war in the name of Russia on Ukraine. That I was very disappointed in what she said, frankly, as was Flock.
Making the country go to aggressive war, is basically, I think, can encadrate in that perspective of what you did to my country. I guess, because the leaders have a very bigger responsibility than many of the citizens. Yeah, they decide where the country is going. So, yeah, it's like Hamas. Yeah, Hamas is, you can say, oh, Palestinians are innocent or whatever. It's Hamas who theoretically, maybe there are good Palestinians, of course. The Palestinians which tell where are the hostages and tell that to Mossad, and Mossad later saves these people. And later this person can have a chance for a normal life because he, in his mind, something works good. Yeah, so he's empathetic. He understands what is good and what is wrong, even if he was born in such a terrible place. So it's just a little bit to think for you. Yeah, there are also Ukrainians, hundreds of Ukrainians, which are responsible for hundreds of dead Ukrainians. I think if you compare such a Ukrainian with a surgeon that is working instead of making great money in Moscow, he's in Ukraine. I'm not sure if he's getting paid even. Okay, so just compare these two people, and then one person mocks Mriya or whatever. It's one person. Yes, I know it's loud, but it's only one person. That's it.
Thanks, Casper. Jenny, go ahead.
First of all, I just wanted to say I do not get enough credit that as a daughter of a Navy person, I don't swear as much as I actually would want to. Second, the thing is, everybody has a choice. You can see what your country, the leaders of your country is doing and the choices that they're making. And you can either choose to be complicit and then you will pay the price alongside of your government, or you rise up against it, you speak out, you do something. They may not be good choices, but you always have a choice. And as a as a granddaughter of an Estonian family to an Estonian family that was persecuted by the KGB, that had at least two members that were sent to the gulags, one that was sent to the meat grinder at the front in World War I, and had family members executed on the farm because they weren't even worthy of getting a ticket to Siberia. I can say that you have choices. They may not be choices you like, but you have choices and you can stand up to the regime. It may not be the best outcome for your personal life, but it will make a better future in the end. And this is why I think that Russia needs to not be giving, Putin does not need to be given a off ramp where he can save face. No, they need to be made aware and accountable for the wrongs, the wrongdoings that the Kremlin has executed. And I'm sorry, when America F's up, they have to pay a price. They are held accountable. It is time that the Russians are as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Yeah, look, I hold everybody responsible. I hold myself and my country responsible for what we do and how we project ourselves into the world. I got in a bit of an argument the other day for being too harsh on Americans with my good buddy Christopher James over there because he's right. He was right. I was not recognizing all America has done. And in my venting my frustration on what America hasn't currently done, I failed to put that in full perspective because I am a harsh judge of folks who don't deliver on what they say they will or don't deliver on the principles that they say they stand for. And I try to do that to everybody. But sometimes I can come off pretty harsh to the Americans, and I've been called out on it before, and I will be again. The thing is, I just can't stop. Flock.
Hey, Will. Perhaps we can continue this conversation about America after this Casper debacle, because I think America is full-on assault by many different angles. So we'll talk about that in a minute. I just want to ask Casper. I just want to know who he is because this is driving me mad at the moment. Who who are you? Like, what country are you from, to begin with?
I am from ex-Soviet Union, from a country called Moldova. It's a part of Romania that got stolen by the Soviets in the Second World War, and now it's kind of an independent country. I speak Russian. I know Russian politics. I've been watching it for ages. I've been watching Navalny before he was poisoned. I've been watching many others, let's say
Right,
so,
but
public
do
figures.
you realize? Do you
And
realize some of your talking points are Russian propaganda, right?
okay, no problem. The idea is you were advocating for the Russians coming here. I'm not a Russian, but it's not a talking point. It's a reality. I'm expressing
What's the
my
reality?
I'm expressing my real view. Yeah, the reality is that there are traitor Ukrainians who speak perfect Ukrainian, and there are Russians who do the right thing. That's it. I'm not saying they're not responsible. I'm saying they're all responsible. Yeah. So I just note that you were asking for the Russians to come here and to express themselves, but as soon as you felt something uncomfortable for you to hear, you tried to cancel me. You tried to silence me. I can be an advocate of devil because I also watched hundreds of interviews of POVs, Russians who got captured by Ukrainians. I can tell you what they think. They are not very not very complicated. They fight for their pocket. Yeah, they can say in their crooked mind they still care about whatever their family. Some of them might think so, but the family is just the wife is sending an alcoholic go die, and I can get a lot of money. So a lot of it is just hypocrisy and self-interest. And I just all that I'm arguing is that we shouldn't portray. Even when you see that bad of a people, you shouldn't think that, oh, in the West we are so much different, because I just understand that many of the issues we have are also because the West is weak. Look, how many Russians would still go in Russian army, and how many Russians would maybe fight more if they would see that the West is really helping Ukraine, if they would be so sure that they're not going to back off. But like this, they think, oh, the West is leaving them. The West is not doing anything for them. Oh, then we would better serve our leader and then be rich people and not be rotting in jails and in our pools of our own blood. That would be it.
Yeah. And I don't discount the individual points that you made, Casper, about individuals, but I think it's um, there's so few individuals who are doing the two things you're talking about. Look, the SBU is currently hunting down people who are traitors to their country that speak Ukrainian and Russian or whatever like that. But this isn't a large body of people, and there isn't a large body of people from Russia who have come to help, or more importantly, as Flock says, look out in mass media. Other than Gary Kasparov and a couple of others, you really don't see prominent Russian dissidents out there in the media, even the ones that are safe in the West. You don't see that many, and you certainly don't see, like in my country, wealthy Russians who were able to escape. I am as often likely to see a Russian who is able to escape Russia and get to Australia, unless they're my friends who I help bring here, 50-50. There are people here in Australia who still think Russia's correct, even though they're Australian. It's amazing to me, and you just don't see that many. So I accept the individuals. There are individuals that I don't discount the entire of Russia is all bad. They're all bad people. But I'll tell you what, there's way too many, way too many of them that are willing to go along to get along, and they're part of the collective that actually is going to be responsible for understanding what's happened here and having to pay an accounting for it at some point, even if they themselves don't feel like they did anything. Because like Flock says, they didn't do anything, and that's part of the problem. You do have to own the government where you live. And while you say that it is easy for us to protest in the West, I also said that. I also said that there's tens of thousands of people out on the street protesting about Navalny's death, but almost none inside Russia, and almost none is fewer in proportion to the folks that would be on the street in Iran, for instance, which is equally a repressive regime, I think, Casper. Back to you, Casper.
I can tell you why it is like this. There is a thing, normally in the nature there is natural selection. In the Russia, they invented different, more fun type, negative selection. So the state will be consciously picking the most submissive ones, the most atrocious ones, the most silent ones, the most passive ones. And, if you even have a passion, like, even the Girkin, he's the guy who started all this bullshit in the Donbass. And in the end, he's now rotting in jail just because he has a slightly different opinion than the king itself. What about the Russians? They're hypocrite in their ways. But you can ask me questions and I can be the advocate of devil. Imagine I'm a Russian.
No,
Go at me.
not asking you to do that. We're having a discussion here on the points of difference of views in perspective, because I didn't live in it as long as you did, but I did live in Russia for 8 years and traveled back and forth for another several. So I should have a better understanding of Russia and Russian culture than, I guess, your average Australian, but I certainly wouldn't claim to be an expert. And like I say about these things, I don't understand what it would take to change a Russian's attitudes towards some of these things. But I do, because you've pointed out the same things, I do think I understand the nature of Russian motivations, the average Russian's motivations, and they come from the same things that you're talking about, the history of repression and singling out and negative reinforcement and all those things.
I'm sorry, you said that there are no many people, that are trying to promote, Russians who are trying to promote even on internet a different point of view. I would like to argue with you at this point. There are many names that I could name. Alexander Nevzorov, he's even considering himself an ex-fascist. He was actually the one of the many visiting Moldova in '92 with guns. But this person knows how the system works, and at some point decided to turn tables. There are Tatiana Eindelman, a historian. He makes awesome videos about history of Russia and the general history of the world. It gathers millions of views. There are oppositioners. There are Yulia Latinina, and other people like this. So just because I think we not see them, it doesn't mean that there are no. Because for the same topics,
But Casper, it kind of does. If I don't know they exist, they don't exist.
For example, Schulman. There are many names. I think if you would go at the Security Council in Munich, you will probably meet many of them. And you might say that there are not many, but I would say that their job is pretty awesome. They're explaining very many important things, and if to put these things in minds of Russians, something can change there. I will tell you even more. If you put some of these things in Europeans' minds, also we might change for the better. They're working to wake up the consciousness, which was again suppressed by the negative selection.
But and hopefully, look, I hope you're right. I hope you're right, especially because it isn't me they need to convince. It's people inside Russia they need to convince, and they'll have plenty of time to do that, I think, after this war is over. But I mean, for instance, look at Elon Musk, David Sachs, the famous English-speaking folks that are all in the bag for Russia, right? The celebrities, the big movers and shakers. Show me some big movers and shakers from the Russian world who are against the Russian system and aren't making excuses for it, or I think that it's not a both sidesism. These two things aren't even. I don't think. But let me get Paige in here. She wants to jump in.
Oh, thanks, Will. Yeah, so I have a lot of responses, but I just narrowed it down in my mind to one main one. Uh, I am just a quick background. I am one of I would say probably the most involved advocate and fundraiser for Ukraine in the entire United Midwest, like the Midwestern states of the United States. I can confidently say that. Non-Ukrainian American. And I'm saying that so you have an idea of how many, for those of you who don't know me, how many people I interact with on a regular basis with regard to this subject. A lot. A fucking lot. I've met thousands of Ukrainians over the last 2 years that I didn't know previously. Thousands of, at least hundreds, probably more than 1,000 of Americans that are interested in helping and have gone out of their way. I myself am an Irish American. I have no Ukrainian blood in me. April, who's in this space right now, I don't know if she has Ukrainian blood, but she's Canadian. I've met so many people from all over the world who have been busting their asses to help Ukraine. I live in the United States of America. We are free as fuck, right? Do you know how many Russians I've met here who have come forward or introduced themselves to me, or I've heard about, or are at all involved in helping Ukraine? One Russian. So that right there tells me it doesn't matter if they're in Russia and they're suppressed. It doesn't matter if they're here in the freest fucking country in the world. They don't care and they don't want to help. Period. Thank you.
Thanks, Paige. Look, it's an interesting anecdotal observation, but I think it matches a trend that I've seen in my remote location, 10,000 miles from where you're at too. I just don't, and I'm into the Russian community for a long time because I've got lots of Russian friends. I've got a lot of Ukrainian friends now, and when they had, so if you're all living in Australia now and you've all embraced being Australian, and you'd think that you'd be all for the values that Australia has, when there's a Ukrainian protest or a Ukrainian rally like there will be next Saturday, if you're in Perth or Sydney or Melbourne or Victoria or Brisbane, anywhere, as Paige said before, go find out where the rally is near you and go to it, as Paige was saying earlier, and go to her timeline actually and find the link to that website where you can register all the events around the world. So I'm at one of these events a year ago, 24th of February last year, and because I know a lot of Russians and Ukrainians, I expected to see a lot of the Russians that I know in with a few Ukrainians that I knew at this thing, and that they would be all supported, but they weren't. They disappeared. The friendships, the natural friendships that had formed here in Australia, in Perth, Western Australia, between Ukrainians and Russians over the years here when things were peaceful, in many cases got separated, cleaved right in half because of this issue. And the denial of what was going on on the Russian side was evident, was predominant, or just wanting to get away with it, get away from it. Oh, I'm not interested in politics. Like, this isn't politics. This is war. And I have built up a good a couple of folks that I didn't know were Russian or had any Russian background in these Ukrainian diaspora that's here in Australia that I've now got to know more of in Perth. A few of those folks were Russian, but I didn't know they were Russian until they showed up in these Ukrainian things, supporting the Ukrainians. Said, "Yeah, I'm actually Russian," but I I never wore it on my sleeve here in Australia because they weren't Russian nationalists. They were just immigrants that happened to be from Russia. But boy, there's a lot of folks who leave Russia, but the Russia never leaves them. And they act like they're temporarily here in Australia, not full time, like they're not fully committed to being citizens. And I find that disturbing when I meet those sorts of people. I never trust them. Jenny, back to you. Now, Jenny, note that Paige's father must have also been a sailor, but she doesn't have a problem letting her salty language sully our space. Jenny?
He was a sailor. I just had to throw that in there. He was a sailor.
Wow, as my sailor sister, thank you for breaking the bonds because I've been like biting back on my tongue. It's like bloody all over the place because I'm like, okay, this is a place where I can't like drop F bombs like it's Halloween candy. Um, I've been thinking about doing it like in a foreign language so that there's like a select few that will understand what I'm saying. Just throwing it in Swedish. I mentioned it before, but I can be offensive in 15 languages. It's like no holds bar there. It's amazing. Um, yeah, I haven't thought about like I know a few Russians here in Sweden and crickets all over like where I have them on my social media. Just nothing. Nobody says a thing. The only time that I have seen Russians in Sweden speak out against Russia was when Russia passed a law in April of 2022. I think it was April. It could have been March, saying that they have the right to invade Gotland, which is an island off the coast of Sweden, in order to save the repressed Russians living there. And the few Russians that I might live on that island, they came to Sweden back in the Lord knows 1700s maybe, and they actually did a thing in the Swedish newspaper saying, "We are not oppressed. Stay the fuck away from us. Do not come here and touch us. We will continue to be oppressed by the Swedish government because that oppression is better than the Russian one." And Kaya Kallas actually said the same thing. They preferred, if they had to choose between oppressions, they would choose, except for being free, they said that the Swedes were the ones that oppressed them the least. And they preferred, if they couldn't be free, they would prefer to be under Swedish rule. I think that says quite a bit. But, you know, like we have no plans of invading them. They were just like making that statement against Russia. So, you know, like we have no plans, but it's amazing how silent the Russian community has been when it comes to the ones that are living in the free world. And there's like nothing on social media. It's not like the Swedish government is going to round up the Russians and put them in prison for saying, you know, Putin is an ass hat. No, we're not. We're probably going to applaud you. So I honestly don't get it. And we will protect them for saying that Putin is an asshat because frankly he is. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Christopher James.
Uh, you know, I didn't. I've been listening to this for like the last, I don't know, what have it's been banging on for, going on an hour, maybe more. Um, I think that there's some value to this exercise, but it doesn't do anything for Ukraine. It doesn't do anything to work for supporting Ukraine. It does, however, distract, which I think is kind of what Casper's really, really actually here for in some ways. You know, I mean, he's a very smart guy, well read. You know, maybe maybe a university professor at some point in time, or just maybe a really well read and well rounded citizen. But I can't help but think. I can't help but think that the purpose of the conversation is to distract, because there's no real solutions offered. And while all the rhetoric is generally true to a degree, one way or the other, but it's like sound and fury that signifies nothing really. So I'm kind of disappointed that this is where the conversation has continued, and it continues on with people trying to outdo each other somewhat about whatever it happens to be. But it's not the topic that really I think we should be discussing. But that's my opinion. Back to you.
Yep, fair enough. No, you're right. We have drifted into an area I didn't totally expect us to go. We're going to find out what Prince wants to say first. Go back to Flock, or Casper, then Flock, and then we will move on, because I'm sure Mockers wants to talk about what may or may not have burned in Russia in the last day. Prince,
I've got a few things I've been sat on here, sort of.
I bet you do. I bet you do, and I bet one of them's the MOD report, because I want you to read it in your most pommy accent. Prince.
Yeah, it's not the snarkiest one, but it's a good one. And I really would like Chris a wiki bedtime story tonight. And Jenny, in the future, may I suggest that you do go on a swearing rampage, but you change the language for every single sweary word you use, so that you cycle through the 15 words, 15 languages with 15 different swear words in one of your comments. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll do that on Half Price Swear Jar Day. Casper, go ahead.
Yes, I will just give you two examples why it just, in my opinion, it wouldn't be the best idea to cook all the Russians in the same pot. First one, they can give you intel. You can hate your enemy, but I would rather respect it. I would rather think that it can cause more damage that I can, jokingly think, no, he's not gonna do anything. It's better to prepare yourself for the worst. But look, the guy Dmitry Karpenko, he's an interviewing Russian POVs. He launched a project. Give us all the information you have about the radio communication, tanks, everything related to what is important now in the military sphere. And guess what? He gets a lot of this stuff. So yes, partly they also pay money. Some of them more, some of them less. Get for this information, but they still send it. They still do that, and that's very important. For that reason, we have to keep it going. And the second one would be that, look, guys, even some people here said that, we are gonna have to invade it. Well, Russia, theoretically by NATO troops. Well, I don't see NATO troops wanting that. I don't see that the population wanting that. That's the reason why you would rather keep Russians safe, at least sending them a small signal. Guys, we still believe you can change. Don't lose hope. That's it. Just not to make them their hopes disappear, so they would defend their Führer up to till the last kilometer. Like the Germans didn't surrender when it was already clear that the war is lost. Even when the war was lost, no, you had to go to the damn Berlin to occupy it in order to finish it. Well, that would be probably the reason that I would suggest. Yeah, maybe there are many. I'm just trying to think, and I'm just trying to give you options. That would be it. So you don't have to be in Moscow. So I don't have to be in Moscow. That would be the reason. That's it.
Thanks, Casper. Flock, go ahead.
I disagree with all that, and nobody's trying to cancel you. Otherwise, you would have been kicked out a long time ago. We're here. We're all debating. The thing I wanted to say is there is a cancer and that cancer is seeping through the Western world, in America, UK, Australia, Canada, everywhere. And that cancer is this. People usually pick up one instance, a small story somewhere of one guy doing one thing, and they use that as a template or an argument to say, and generalize it to make it look like it's a much bigger thing than it actually is. Yeah, an example is you could find one Ukrainian with a swastika, and you say, "Look, all Ukrainians are Nazis." Yeah, and that's the sort of things that people like Casper do, and they do the opposite for Russians. They see one good Russian, and they say, "Oh, look, all there are some good Russians in Russia." Yeah, so they try and flip the narrative on its head, and this is a cancer. This happens on almost every topic. It happens even in Gaza against Israel. They find one little tiny story and they explode it and make it this big freaking thing. That if it's a bad thing, they turn into a good thing, and if it's a good thing, they turn into a bad thing. And they make arguments that are in no way in comparison. Yeah, I'm not going to give Russians any leeway. It's up to them now. It's been 2 years. We tried it for 2 years. We've tried to reason with them. We've tried to give even Putin. Do you remember at the beginning of the war, we were giving him off ramps? We were saying, look, you did something terrible. At least walk away now, or it will be too late. He ignored it. Russians could have stood up on that very first few days by the thousands. 400,000 Russians are dead. And the rule of war says 3 times as many are injured or wounded or missing. So that's at least 1.2 million, if I'm right. 1.2 million people dead or injured. Out of those, they must have families. Brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers. So you can imagine how many millions of people are directly affected in Russia, and they still remain silent. So I'm not giving Russia any leeway. I'm not giving Russia's, especially that they remain so deafening silent. I've heard North Koreans come to America and they start telling you what the story is inside North Korea. Think about that. The most repressed country in the world, where you don't even know what's going on in there, what people eat, what they think. You don't get anything, absolutely nothing. And you still find a brave person coming on TVs talking about North Korea, how bad it is in North Korea. And all of them, as soon as they escape North Korea, they go and tell their stories. And Russians, they can't even come and debate their side of the story. It's unspeakable that we're trying to protect the Russians. We're past the point of protection. Either do a revolution, or you will have to deal with NATO at some point. That is as simple as that. The calculus is there. Either they do the revolution and peace comes, because the alternative is we're going to be forced to bring that peace about. That's how wars work. I don't know if Casper has missed that part of the lesson, that if you can't stop your own country from doing something, they have to be stopped. That's how things work. If someone comes to your house and says, I want to kill you, you're going to have to either let him kill you, or you're going to have to stop him. That's how things work in the real world. We've appeased them for so long, and guess what? They took Crimea. We appeased them again. They're taking Donbass, and they're taking 25% of Ukraine so far. They've killed hundreds of thousands of people, and you want me to appease them still? Until when? Until they're in Rome? Until they're at the shores of Britain? I'm sorry. You're being radicalized slowly. I want you to think about that, Casper. I want you to go away and think about it, and think, what do Russians really deserve? They deserve the humiliation so they can feel humiliated. Yeah, because they do that to us. They do that to us, to Americans. Look at what they talk about Americans. Oh, Americans are this or that, or LGBTQ this and that. They do that all the time to us. Now, it's not a tit for tat. I understand that. But we ignore what Russian says because we know better, right? And similarly, Russians need to ignore our voices when we humiliate them because they deserve it. And they have to own that. They have to own it because they put themselves up to this point to be deserving of it. And then maybe when they have a revolution, when they bring about some peace, maybe we can have a sane person we can talk to and say, this is how it's going to be from now on. We don't want to see any more of these dictatorships because it will lead to yet another war, and we don't want that. And that's how it needs to happen.
Thanks, Flock. Mockers, over to you.
Yeah, I'm going to call this conversation dead and pivot because I've had enough. Sorry, guys. I know.
Yeah, fair enough.
I was getting bored. Apologies. What I do want to tell you is what Zelensky has been saying today, because he's posting a long thread and he is spicy. And I think his words are worth listening to. I do love a spicy Zelensky. So, in my speech at the Munich Security Conference, I warned of the catastrophic threats that the Russian regime poses to Europe and the world, not just Ukraine, and outline collective steps to counter them, preserve the rules-based order, and make security a reality again. February the 24th, 22 could have marked the end of the world as we all know it, a world of rules meant to protect life. Our resistance with the support of partners has put on hold the destruction of the rule-based world order. 2024 must become a time for that order's full restoration. It is not the rules that define the world's life that should remain in the past, but rather a Russia that doesn't respect the rules should remain in the past. And we can ensure this, not just by doing something, but by doing everything necessary. This conference represents different parts of the world and many nations, but there is no one for whom the ongoing war in Europe does not pose a threat. It defines more than just the place of Ukraine or Europe in the entire world. This is Russia's war against rules, any rules at all. How long will the world let Russia be like this? This is the main question today. The longer this Russian aggression against rules-based world order continues, the greater the challenge it provokes. Perhaps people will have to live in a world where local wars will not remain local. Any outbreak of war now risks turning into a global catastrophe. Perhaps the weaponization of food or migration will break the existing regional balances and undermine political systems, not only in Europe, but the Middle East and Africa, in the Americas even. Perhaps Europe is facing times when the question of invoking NATO Article 5 will not be a question for Washington at all, but rather for the European capitals. There are hundreds of such perhaps. On February the 23rd, 22, none of these existed, and now they are part of our reality. And what do we lack in this reality? Security. Neither for the largest nor for the smallest state. We must make security a reality again. The year 2024 demands your response from everyone in the world. If we do not act now, Putin will manage to make the next few years catastrophic for other nations as well. Intelligence communities are well aware of this. Ukraine has already shattered myths with which Russia has tried to cloud reality, and which the world, unfortunately, believed. The myth that Russia could capture another country within a few days or weeks whenever it wanted. Ukrainians have now been holding for 724 days. We have also demolished another insane Russian myth about Ukraine as supposedly not a real country. And it was in Russia that a mutiny began, leading to captures of cities, internal fights, and armed march on Moscow. That is a sign of not a real state. We have ruined the myth that Russian weapons supposedly have some advantage over Western ones. In reality, Russia is worse in all respects. That is why, for the first time in Russian history, Putin has bowed to Iran and North Korea for their help. There was also a myth that Europe was too weak to defend itself. Instead, Europe is becoming a global force, overcoming its dependence on Russia. Europe now demonstrates that our community deserves to be called Euro-Atlantic. There are two coasts. For nearly 80 years, preventing a continental war in Europe relied on America's strength. Now we see that the European coast can also be a force to prevent chaos. Every defence coalition we've created has proven this. Every security agreement we've signed implements it. We already have such an agreement with the UK. I am grateful for the agreements with Germany that we signed with Olaf in Berlin, and in France that we signed with Emmanuel in Paris. First name terms, by the way. This is just the beginning of implementing agreements based on the G7 Security Declaration. We were told for a long time to go to Putin so he would allow the restoration of cargo movement in the Black Sea, in our Black Sea. But we did it without Putin. More than 23 million tons of cargo have been transported through the Black Sea and the Ukrainian export corridor since the beginning of this year. Thanks to Ukraine resuming its maritime exports, there has been normal shipments of goods to China, Spain, Egypt, Turkey, Italy, Pakistan, the Netherlands, Tunisia, Libya, and others. Some claimed there was no effective defense against Russian missiles. We know for sure, all of us, that with Patriots and some other Western air defense systems, any Russian missile can be shot down. With enough air defense systems in Ukraine, we will be able to bring home millions of Ukrainians. I thank all countries for their attitude towards our people, but I hope that they will come back and our economy will remain and regain independence from external support. Ukrainians have proven that we can force Russia to retreat and we are capable of restoring the rules. And with this, we leave absolutely nothing of the key Russian myth, the myth that Ukraine supposedly cannot win. We can get our land back, and Putin will lose. And this has already happened more than once on the battlefield. Our actions are limited only by the sufficiency and length of the range of our strength. By that does not depend on us. And the Avdiivka situation proves this exactly. Unfortunately, keeping Ukraine in artificial deficits of weapons, particularly in deficits of artillery and long-range capabilities, allows Putin to adapt the current intensity of the war. The self-weakening of democracy over time undermines our joint results. Russia has only one military advantage: the complete devaluation of human life. Its meat assaults prove this. International tolerance of the lack of rule of law in Russia after 1991 and Putin's policy of controlled poverty have led to human life being worthless in Russia. In addition to this, Putin's years of self-isolation and impunity have led to complete degradation. He now openly justifies Hitler, absolving him of responsibility for World War II. He has made the genocide of our people just an ordinary part of his policy. Putin kills whoever he wants, be it an opposition leader or anyone else who seems like a target to him. After the murder of Navalny, it is absurd to perceive Putin as a supposed legitimate head of the Russian state. He is a thug who maintains power through corruption and violence. Coming to his so-called inauguration, shaking his hands, considering him an equal, means to disdain the very nature of political power. The ICC warrant for Putin's arrest for kidnapping and forced deportation of children from Ukraine clearly demonstrates where his so-called career should end. Only two options: to be in the dock of The Hague or killed by one of his accomplices, who are currently killing for him. There's some more, but I thought I would just take a breath for a moment and a quick swig of coffee. But you can see how he's very determined with this particular speech, that he's not being ever so polite.
Yeah, and look, focusing on, I think the way he focused it very pointedly on security is really important, because it's one of the fundamental means by which nation states are supposed to address each other, that Putin has attacked here, and he does a great job of pointing out how everybody's security is at risk if they don't address Russia's actions today. I mean, I didn't learn anything new from what he said, but I do like the approach to how he put that speech together for sure. I think it's compelling.
It certainly is, right. I've had a mouthful of coffee now, so I'll do the last bit. First, we all must do not just something, but everything possible to defeat the aggressor. Dictators do not go on vacations. I think that was quite a pointed comment, don't you?
Yes.
Hatred does not know pause. Enemy artillery does not fall silent due to procedural issues. Warriors standing against an aggressor need sufficient strength. Second, we should not fear his defeat. Putin is a threat to all free nations. He is the monster who ordered the invasion of Ukraine, killed thousands and thousands of people, and kidnapped and deported at least tens of thousands of Ukrainian children. But that's not all. He butchered Chechens and Syrians, invaded Georgia, ordered the execution of his opponents, both outside the walls of the Kremlin and in the heart of London and Berlin. And yes, just yesterday, as the Munich Security Conference opens, Putin murdered another opposition leader. Please, let us not fear Putin's defeat and the destruction of his regime. Let us instead work together to destroy what he stands for. It is his fate to lose, not the fate of the rules-based order to vanish. If we don't defeat him now, it won't eventually matter who leads Russia. Every new Russian dictator will remember exactly how to maintain power, annexing lands, killing opponents, and destroying the world order. If this happens, Europe, Central Asia, and the world will be darker places. He does have a bit more to say. Sorry, I just opened the next segment of it and went, oh, okay, it's quite a bit. Third, we must close all loopholes in the sanctions against Russia. Oh, God, shouldn't we? No sector of the Russian economy involved in its aggression should be free from sanctions. This particularly relates to the nuclear sector. All Russian assets that are already frozen should be confiscated. Fourth, evil will never prevail if the forces of good are united and act together. History has proved this many times, when empires of evil and tyranny, which seemed eternal, crumbled right before our eyes. And this increased the space for freedom in the world. Throughout history, the bolder and more active America was, along with the others on the right side of history, the more successful freedom was in the world. The world would have been divided among the dreams of a few dictatorships if it were not for the American dream, which always left enough space for others to have their dreams. Major decisions are happening in the world. for the unity of the whole world, including the US. Fifth, Putin must be deprived of any further ability to manipulate. The world has a document that defines the basic rule of nations' coexistence, the UN Charter. Russia totally disregards it. Ukraine has offered instead the peace formula based on the principles and norms of the UN Charter. We managed to unite representatives from all parts of the world with this and prepare the first global peace summit in Switzerland. There, we must decide how to restore the full strength of the rules-based order that Russia seeks to destroy. Finally, do not ask Ukraine when this war will end. Ask yourself why Putin is still able to continue it. Thank you for your attention and support. And may our world, based on rules, never become a part of yesterday. There you go. I think that was pretty much his entire speech.
Yeah, and look, I'd seen a couple of snippets of that through the day, but I hadn't had time to read it or look at it all together. So it was quite interesting to hear it all put together with the snippets at the front and the back that I'd heard before. I'll repeat what I said before, which is I think the importance of that is that his focusing on security and the rules-based order that we've come to, like it or hate it, the predictability of how countries work together and have confrontations with each other in the rules-based order is what's important to maintain. And if Russia is allowed to set this precedent, it will, literally turn the world upside down. For me, in particular, it means that Australia needs to go out and get nuclear weapons, which I've never ever been an advocate for before, but would become one if Russia's allowed to win here, because it means we won't collectively provide for each other's defense, and it's every man for himself. And that's not a good thing. That leads to a lot of inefficiency in the world and a whole bunch of other problems that are created by us all going alone rather than sticking together with a view toward liberal democracies all supporting each other. Markers, I think that was worthwhile.
Yeah, you know me. I like to read long and interesting things. God knows why I do this to myself. Now, we heard about Denmark deciding to transfer all of its artillery to Ukraine earlier. And I just wanted to bring you a little fact that Denmark have sent more than double the military aid for Ukraine than Spain, Italy, and France combined.
Wow, that's pretty big numbers.
Yeah, isn't it? I thought that was pretty cheeky of them, for sure.
And butter.
Oh, absolutely. Anyway, I just thought I would point out how very base they are. Do you want to talk a little bit about Avdiivka? Oh, in fact, we'll talk to Nale first. Nale, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And good morning, friends. Can we talk about the numbers a bit? Can we, please?
Ooh, yes, please.
Yeah, so this shell shortage, which is a fact, it exists totally. So, but the attrition rate is still high. So does this mean that the high numbers are a result of meat wave attacks or what's going on? And the shells are needed for more offensive operations, maybe. Am I correct in saying that?
So I think it is accurate to say, and the tweet that I put up in the nest that is, let's see, you got the PS1s with the air things on it. The one that's right adjacent, it's like third to last in the nest. Read that thread and it goes through. But what it means is artillery is very important in a defensive mode, because it could have kept, had they had enough artillery, they could have kept Russia away from the gates, if you will. But Russia changed the tactics, a different method of meat waves, if you will. 2 and 3 individual vehicles going together, even if they get knocked out, the men continuing on to find any cover they can. Don't dig in at all. Just wait for the next set of vehicles that's going to come along every 15 or 10 minutes. And that went on day and night. The rate of killing with small arms in the last 48 hours in Avdiivka was horrendous. That people didn't have time to, between attacks, to refortify, do anything else. All they could do now was clear the bodies out of the field of vision that would be blocking their view for the next one. And so the killing went on. It went on with direct fire in many cases rather than artillery. There was still a fair bit of artillery used, but it was just what they had in the bag that they were holding for this very thing. To have enough artillery for offense requires 3 times what they've got, what they had here in this situation, maybe more, probably 5 times, because they barely had enough to do any damage on them as they arrived, and eventually were overrun. But I think the method of killing moved to basically 7.62 ammo from 155, and eventually some of the vehicles got through. The FPVs couldn't get them all. They didn't have enough for all of that. Go ahead again. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so meat waves is still a thing then, but
yeah, a little different character of them though, right? Using vehicles to get as close as you can, hop off, thing blows up, or provide some covering fire until it gets killed. The people keep going forward, knowing that there'll be another wave that comes to them, and eventually the vehicles that come in the second, third, fourth, fifth wave will provide them reinforcements in the form of guys who didn't get killed in the vehicles as they arrived, all trying to hide and share in the same depression in the ground until more people arrive, and then they try to do a meat wave like they did in Bakhmut. But the rate of overall casualties in Bakhmut was probably higher, but the rate of death in Avdiivka is at more than twice as high as Bakhmut is what's reported, and I think that's accurate. Nale?
yeah, that's totally crazy. Double what it is in Bakhmut. I don't know how these people who send out their soldiers to do that sleep at night. Well, I think they do actually sleep because they don't care, which is, of course, is a
Just
sign of
cross their arms and close the coffin.
Yeah. It's totally insane, this war. But have we heard, by the way, anything about this Article 7 lately? Because I haven't heard anything about that, and Hungary is still blocking the sanction packages and all of that. So can we please remove the toad from the EU Parliament? Thank you. That would be great.
But yeah, that would be nice. I haven't heard anything about moving along the Article 7 item for a while, but it isn't like Hungary did one good thing and then that gets released. I think that does carry on, but It probably takes somebody to advocate keeping moving on the next step. But boy, I'm with you. I absolutely think they ought to keep on Orban, not just because of the Ukraine thing lately, for the entire drift over this last 10 years that needs to be rectified with regard to Hungary. Nale?
Yeah. All right. So in today's news, Denmark is awesome, and in yesterday's news, Czech Republic is also awesome. I like those two. That's great stuff that they're coming out with. But is the EU going to finance the shells that the Czech Republic found somewhere hiding in the couch,
the checks in the mail,
couch
baby.
Cushions? Which
the
check?
The checks in the mail checks. Australia donated $50 million 2 days ago. That ought to be enough to buy all those shells.
That's great. Yeah. So then, are we looking at Ukrainians retaking Advika and probably Donetsk, maybe, perhaps?
Well, Nale, the Russians bombed their own units in Avdiivka, so maybe the Ukrainians don't want to take it back just yet. They just want to, let them fight one another.
Yeah, that's also good news. But I don't know. That's all I have for right now. But F Russia and Slava Ukraini, as usual.
Haram Slava. Go ahead, Chris. Ow!
Oh, I'm here. Just, running to get here. I've got two awoos with me. Frank's with me. Well, say hello, Frank. Awoo. Ash, you going to say hello this morning? No. Quiet. Sleeping. I was just going to say, Mark, because I was sort of going back a bit to, what that thing that you read out, which was by one of the Russians about Avdiivka, and then I got into, over the last couple of days, I just got into watching YouTubes of 3rd Brigade in particular in action, which there's, and then obviously once you watch one, there it gives you serves you up with another one. You go, okay, well I'll just watch that one, and I'll just watch that one then, right? By which time I'm like, okay, I think I'm understanding the tactics here, if you like, which, by the way, are, well, brave is just not the word to use on the Ukrainian side, of 3rd Brigade and Azov, and I'm sure all of them as well. I mean, it's just mind blowing what they're doing. But Will, I don't know if you agree with me, but I got this sense, that whether Ukrainians are attacking now or defending, right? They've got this system, and they're so good, I think, at perfecting and tweaking and tuning systems. Will the Ukrainians and that, and I think they've got this system now, it's almost optimized, isn't it, for killing, whether they're going forward or whether they're coming back. I noticed talk, well, in the subtitles, Will, of basically the drones being sent up in advance. I don't know, I'm going to just call them, I'm going to divide them into observation drones, and then controlling drones, and attacking drones, and not necessarily in that order, but and then you hear that the Russians saying that there's just swarms and masses of drones basically hitting them, not shells actually, but drones. That's what I seem to be getting, right? And then when you when the Ukrainians decide to go, which they do in a massively coordinated manner, right? And they do it with, like, you know, I can only say it's like SAS style. It's like, there's a phrase I can't, which is sort of like escaping me for the moment, but it's like basically you just like, you know, you go forward, you lay down massive amounts of fire, you know, and then they throw endless numbers of grenades and fire like masses of RPGs and that type of stuff, you know. And and by the way, yeah, they've probably got the Bradleys there in the mix as well, firing those, and it's just awesome to watch. You know, I mean, I've stopped watching the war films, you know, on the telly and that, because this is just like, well, obviously it's real, you know, and it is just so amazing. And anyway, those were just like a few observations, and the whole system is like so fine tuned, and you know, no doubt that's one of the reasons why we're seeing all of these YouTubes out, because it is just showing Ukrainians, you know, sort of at the pinnacle, if you like, of military operations. So I don't know what you think, just rambling really, but there you go.
Well, training is very important for sure. I just wanted to add, I think you call that making an entrance. Sorry, Will.
Well, you call it two things, right? It's called making an entrance, and then doing a tactical withdrawal, doing the Australian peel off, as it is well called, which is laying down an incredible amount of fire so that the people in front of you can move through your lines, hold the line, and then allow you to do the same. Yeah, did you see, Chris, how focused they were on taking their wounded with them and not leaving them to be captured or killed? And I will also note, I didn't post it, but there is also evidence again of Russians executing captured soldiers in Avdiivka. They get very, very frustrated with how hard it is for them to take over positions of Ukrainians. And you see, once again, them tying hands and prisoners, but then not taking them all the way back and shooting them on the way, leaving them dumped with their hands tied together. So it's unquestionable that Russia has committed those sorts of POW executions again in Avdiivka, which is reprehensible behavior. All those people deserve a court martial and to stretch hemp. Nale.
Thanks. On my screen, Jenny has had her hand up for a really long time. So release the Swede.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead, Jenny. Sorry, I missed you there. You're down on the lower end of my screen.
I'm pretty sure that they prefer the Swedes to be released than the Finns, because we do not have as much CISO as the Finns. I'm just curious as to why the story about the Danish is breaking now, because this was actually something in Sweden that we reported on already back in January, which maybe it is because in true Scandinavian or Nordic spirit, we tend to downplay what we do. I know the Finns are really humble about what they are doing, and they're doing massive things that aren't always reported everywhere. Thank you.
Well, that's absolutely true. And perhaps this announcement has come specifically at the security conference to just show, you know, look what we're doing. You guys could be doing this as well. I mean, let's face it. Do you think, Will, the UK is going to be in an artillery war anytime soon?
No.
Exactly. So, you know, there are more people who could be doing this. And I think it's important to highlight that that's what they've done, because they know that they will have time to sort things out later if Ukraine are winning now. And that's the important thing. Christopher.
I just came up to ask Nelly what his music choice is for today. I'm curious because the 666 went away, so it went up. Back to you.
Go ahead, Nale.
Well, if you want something war related, then we can go to Motorhead and listen to a song called The Brotherhood of Man, because that describes the situation in a vehicle pretty on point. As do many Motorhead songs that are about war, and they have several. So listen to that and crank it up and peel the paint off the walls, please. It's a great song.
Thank you. I just pulled it up. As soon as I go on mute, I'm going to play. Thank you.
I have a recommendation too. Sabaton's White Death. Sabaton is a Swedish band that do historical songs. And White Death, it's the most prolific serial killer or serial sniper in the world. He still holds the record of 500 confirmed, more than 500 confirmed sniper kills in one single war. His name is Simo Häyhä, and I cannot praise that man enough. His actual kill rate is probably well over 1,000, and he did it in under 3 months. It's
And
some-
not all is a sniper. He killed about 250 with a pipichet as well. I mean,
Yeah.
an awesome record by Simo.
Yeah, but White Death is about him singing his praises.
Wow, that should go viral in Russia. Nale.
Yeah, just a comment about Simo Häyhä. You know you're good when your enemy is giving you a name like that. And he's called Belaya Smertin in Russian. And they gave him that name, not the Finns. He was called something else in Finnish. The magic shooter, taika-ampuja. So there we go.
Nice. Yes, when you're legendary amongst your enemies, then you know you've really made it in life. Winning at life. Now then, you wanted to talk about numbers, Nale, and we were saying that Avdiivka was very costly indeed. And there is information that 47,000 Russians were either killed or wounded in the battle for Avdiivka. In fact, during the last few days, during the capture, 17,000 Russian servicemen died. So earlier, the American intelligence service also pointed out the extremely heavy losses of the Russian army near Avdiivka, although they are not so large scale. 13,000 soldiers killed and wounded, as well as more than 220 units of armoured vehicles, according to their information. Now, also, just to bring to light, on the over the last 4 months, there is a rough estimate of the bare minimum. There are currently 26,617 different messages in the search group for Russian military personnel who went missing in the Avdiivka Bermuda Triangle. Now, the reality is probably way worse than that, but that's how many people were looking for their loved ones. So that just on its own in the last 4-month period. Just worth noting that number. Hey, War Doggo.
Good afternoon, or still good morning. For some, early morning. For some, with the crocodile, is already much forward. But in any case, hope everybody's doing good, independently what part of the day it is. On earlier mentioned topic related to how to call it, on like reading the memoirs of Sir Mannerheim, was pretty much evident that Russians making a cult, also using using the cold as an excuse, like, we didn't manage to do this, we didn't manage to do that, because there were the Mannerheim lines, and all of the story about the Mannerheim lines. And of course there were pretty significant and pretty wisely built engineering fortifications, but you know what, line doesn't matter, people matter, and technologies matter. And Russians never had neither first and nor being capable to value their own personal. That's their reality. They consider to have as a strong point their superpower, the ability to consume the losses, like to accept the losses, not to take care, or not to give a damn, let's say, if to say it in other way around. And like explaining this or that with certain almost magical event in their mythology, like, what, there was the Surovikin line, that's why we are so. In fact, as already many research were saying, for of the battle research of the battleground back in this year, in the previous year, mm, that actually technologies on the battleground are uh, defining a lot, in a sense of that whatever is happening on the battleground is becoming evident for an enemy, in our case for an enemy, pretty soon. And the reaction time between the target spotted till the first shells arriving have decreased significantly, just because whatever you're trying to do, maneuver or prepare or concentrate, is all happening under the precise observation and reconnaissance of, in our case, an enemy. And that's the things that actually made it hard. And yeah, the only thing Russian do good is actually digging the ground. And as we've learned yesterday, speaking with Volodymyr from the National Guard of Ukraine, from the Special Force, the assault group of Special Force of Omega, he was exactly saying that, for instance, in Robotine, where they've got they see the Russians doing the specific engineering, like they built like the cities under the ground in this line, but still is not the determining factor, is just the supportive factor. But in mass, Russians are dangerous, but overall is a dangerous enemy, as we already see, as we already know. Sometimes Ukraine has to leave certain lands because they care, the certain territories, because we care about our own personal. And land is something that you will get back. The problem is that Russians making the attacks and like behaving as a creeping death, if you want this kind of uh, melodical or song related morning, because you mentioned Sabaton, you've mentioned Motorhead, Here's for You, Metallica, Creeping Death, and this is about Russians, because it doesn't matter actually if they throw the nuclear bomb on the territories, or they just simply uh, ruin with artillery and the tanks, all the infrastructure, all the buildings, everything what people were building and living peacefully, more or less, prior they have came. And Avdiivka is the place that is there under troubles of Russians coming back in 2014. And overall, mm, Russians, as we all know, are highly unwelcome in Ukraine. And to make Russians leave, or as they call it, gesture of the goodwill, Ukrainians have to kick their asses hard. And exactly to kick their asses hard, They need to have the best possible instruments, best possible equipment that the technology can give. We sometimes do the fundraisers with MriyaReport to give from the highly technological things like jammers that we were doing earlier for Andri from National Guard 18th Battalion. Now, as you can see here in the nest, the second message in the nest is about the general purpose tracks, because as guys works as Volodymyr been explaining us yesterday, and Andriy being explaining us being in the space earlier, they actually need the proper instruments in order to advance on Russians, and Russians prevailing in mass, and we are prevailing in taking care on people and being more technological advanced in certain things. That's the thing that helps them to be more maneuverable, effective, and sometimes, as Volodymyr been explaining us yesterday, sometimes they just need kind of the general purpose truck to jump fast to a certain location to do some certain things, and then the support is coming already on the armored vehicles and all of the other things. So that's the thing why the fundraiser is there. And for this fundraiser, we are partnering with Polish good friends. If you know Axon, he is the guy who sent already. Let me count, 218 or 200 something, more than 200 general purpose trucks that they have purchased all over Europe. They have prepared in their workshops. They have like properly prepared for Ukraine. Let's call it this way, for like from the tire, the painting. Sometimes trucks need the paint. Sometimes they need some general maintenance and all of the things related to keep the wheels rolling. Because when you are giving the instrument to those who are holding the peaceful skies of Ukraine, you need to be sure that that instrument will not let the guys down in the worst possible moment. And that's why they are doing a very nice job in bringing the proper stuff to Ukraine. And when they knew that we are going to raise the funds for 18th Brigade, for Omega, and possibly if we have more than we are trying to raise 14K. If we have more, definitely we will buy even more for the other guys whom we know personally as well. And when they knew that we are going to bring trucks to the guys they know as well, they said, you know what, I have already one, and that's actually the one you can see in my profile where we already where already truck is in Andrew's hands, and he said like, okay, I send the truck, and you like in calm you raise the funds, but to be sure that the guys have the truck already. So that's the thing going on. And yeah, that's the fundraiser about. And yeah, good people connecting together, being horizontally connected, making awesome stuff. So if you have possibility to participate in that fundraiser, I know, don't spend your last money obviously, but if you have some, is a cool thing if you can participate. If you cannot participate, yeah, is like is known thing. Unfortunately, it is not always possible, but just let others know by sharing, retweeting that this fundraiser is going, and maybe someone who has possibility would see that post and will participate. Knowing us, I'm trying to recover my audience whom I've been following and who've been following me by following back. Just because I've got my account blocked recently without any explanation, without any warnings, while trying to recover it, like with the legal experts. Just meantime, if we don't follow each other, but we were following, or we were not following, but you like what we do, just give a follow. I will follow you back. And yeah, please share. Please also retweet the fundraiser. And we've been having yesterday the Omega Volodymyr guys. I think is it like is not the beginning of a long-term relations, because the long-term relations are in place already. We've been supporting Omega unit and Volodymyr in in person with the things that we were raising. If you remember, we've been raising the beacons for the helmets, this like strobe lights that identify your own troops, the hearing protection, the push to talk buttons for the radios. We've been raising funds for the for the let me recall how it's properly called, for the minesweepers and for the metal detectors. We've been raising funds for the rescue services, but you remember British guy, ex-military sapper Gas AOD, who've been in Ukraine, and he even right for the part of his funds that he was raising personally. He actually matched what we were raising. We were raising for 18 metal detectors for the rescue services, and he matched with another 20 that went to Omega, that went to Andriy, to 18th Battalion, and 10 went to Scruff Marine guys. That's and recently we also provided to with the help of MriyaReport listeners, we've provided 20 helmet mounts for the NVGs, and we have provided 3 Kevlar vests, personal protection, that you can actually see on the picture of the truck's fundraiser. Volodymyr holding these 3 vests. One he's wearing, 2 he's holding for his teammates, and that's what the fundraisers and what's the long-term relations that we have. And there is another interesting thing that is going to happen today. We're going to have up in the space for an interview a guy from the 95th Brigade. Last time we did an interview with the deputy command of 13th of the platoon of one of the platoons of the 13th Brigade of 95th Brigade, and this time exactly the platoon command will come, and you can see the guest card already shared by MriyaReport is in the nest. You can also retweet. You can get at 9 o'clock Kiev time, Europe time 8 o'clock, or 7 o'clock London, or 2 o'clock 14 of East Coast time. And it's gonna be an interesting interview because the legendary 95th Brigade, they are the guys who do a lot of good things, and we even in Ukraine call them gods of war, because everybody who stands shoulder to shoulder to those guys, they admit how hard those guys are kicking Russian asses and how good they are in doing their job, being military professionals. Those are the legends. If you want to know more about 95th Brigade, just Google 95th Brigade raid back in 2014, where those guys did tremendous distance military raid encircling Russians back in 2014. And I believe 140 kilometers, if my memory doesn't fail me. I just didn't Google, and I don't remember precise number, but significant part of this raid was even behind the enemy lines. Those are the guys from 95th Brigade. They are awesome, and we are going to have them here at the space today, my evening, your evening, and US afternoon. Isn't it fun? What do you think, Marcus? What do you think, Will?
Oh, I think
Dobro
it's
Večer, I think.
I was just going to say it's going to be really interesting to talk to him. Actually, yeah, I love it when they come on and talk to us, and you know, we can actually provide tangible help that they receive. It just makes me the happiest girl alive. I have no idea of the order of hands, Will, none at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Oyvind, Nale, Fred, and Arya.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, guys. I just read that PM of Denmark, she said that they will give all their artilleries to Ukraine, and that was a video of the Caesar. My God, it looked like from the movie Transformer. It's just amazing how it works. So that these guys must have been actually watching Transformer before making this piece. And there is also starting some debate on Twitter in Norway here on giving more of our pension fund. And I think when I look at how Europe's now stepping up, there's a lot of factors here that have contributed to that. One was the stupid comment from Donald Trump. The other one was killing of Navalny. The third one, I think, is just that Ukraine lost Avdiivka. Europe is really stepping up, and these things in USA, this is just a bump in the road, and then when Europe stepping up, and then we get eventually the additional fund from USA. I think Ukraine can turn this over to maybe make some kind of offense next year or the year after. I don't know, but I see big lights in the tunnel here, and we also see things posting from inside Russia. People putting flowers on the memorials of Navalny, and the people and police are chasing them, and even they are not many protesters. What they do is they make things filmable, so it can be posted on the internet, especially for the West, to see that yes, there are something there's something happening in Russia, although there are not many people there, but there are something, and it is in the headlines, etc. And that is what we need. We need to have stuff from Russia also in the headlines to see that yes, if we continue to support Ukraine, things can turn. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Oyvind. Yeah, look, I'm. If we look behind the scenes and don't pay attention on what's going on in America or Australia, other than that $50 million we came across with the other day, I see some signs of hope, especially on the ammunition front. But of course, there's a lag time and all that. But I'm quietly confident that things are going to get better as well, especially if you given the fact of what Mockers pointed out, even with all the detriments that they had in this battle for Avdiivka. Wow. I mean, 47,000 dead to get that little chunk of territory, folks. That can't be sustainable. It can't be. I mean, we'll see, right? He's going to build it up. They're going to have a massive ballyhoo about it all in Moscow, and then March 17th will come, 15th through 17th, and he'll have his big coronation, and then he's going to call a mobilization again. He's going to have to call for more meat to refill the pot back up, because he's just killed 47,000 people to take little Avdiivka. Wow. Do you think they're going to be rushing for the call of more?
It's going to be a real popular decision, that, I imagine.
And contrast it with the conversation they're having in the public. Host connection issues. Tim, if you're listening, host connection issues. Contrast it with the conversation that's taken place in Ukrainian society about the conscription laws there. The versions that have been passed about, the conversations about equity and age and rotations and all the things that are going into that discussion, which are all, very important conversations to have. But it is likely when those conversations that are over, I suspect for Ukraine to be able to fill the roles it needs to voluntarily or through conscription. But I don't think you're going to see people heading for the exits like you do in Russia when they call one, because it's going to be, try to whip up as much fervor as you can. We're winning and all that sort of stuff. But I've read I've read it out here. The conscription law, the mobilization law in Russia is brutal, and when they start to mandatorily require everybody between 25 and 60 to sign up an email address for crypto mobilization, yeah, we'll compare the pair at the time, mockers.